Hello, welcome back everyone to the Lichess broadcast commentary of the Lichess Legends 2024 live from Trondheim, Norway. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and today we'll be seeing round number 9. I'm a bit sad because it means that this is the last round, the last game of the tournament. And after this, we're going to be apart for probably a bit. We'll see what event that I'll be covering next. But today is the most crucial day of the event because we still don't know yet who is going to be the first winner of the first edition of this Lichess Legends 2024. And 3 players are in the contention to win the first prize, but it's also possible for the other players with half a point behind to catch up with the leaders. And the first winner will be the highest in tiebreak, but for the prize money, it will be shared for those who have equal points. So without further ado, let's take a look. Since today is round number 9, we are playing 6 hours earlier than usual. We are playing at 11 in the morning Trondheim time because later after the games, we will have closing ceremony in the evening. And as general information, this is the 9-round Swiss system tournament, and today is round number 9. We're taking place at the Archbishop's Palace in Trondheim, Norway. The players will get 90 minutes for 40 moves and 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with the additional increment of 30 seconds from move number 1. And as I mentioned earlier, we have 3 leaders so far. We have Jan Ludwig Hammer, Jung-Min So, and Borja Tolbashev. They are on 6 out of 8. Tailing behind with just 5.5 points, we have Bense Korpa, Elham Amar, Mats Vesby Ellingsen, and Axel Buvaloy, who yesterday was here with me in the studio, giving his very instructive insight. Despite only being 16, I really impressed with his analytical skill. And the next pairings, as in today's pairings, is we will have 2 co-leaders playing against each other on first board. Jung-Min So will be playing against Borja Tolbashev, and Jan Ludwig Hammer will be playing with Mats Vesby Ellingsen. Bense Korpa will be playing against Axel. Elham Amar will be playing against Milton Panzer, and etc. So today is, as I mentioned, it's going to be very, very crucial, very important for the outcome or the conclusion of the event. And without further ado, I think we can dive straight into the games because while I was waiting, I saw from my camera here that apparently Hammer got surprised by his opponent's choice of opening. So before we do that, let's see the first board first. One second. Okay. And there you go. On the first board, Jung-Min So is playing against Borja Tolbashev. Their board is actually on the far end of the camera. There we see Boris is still thinking. So, but this is still pretty much in the King's Indian defense. So probably he's thinking how to continue this, how to which variation that he's going to choose. So, and well, for those who are not a morning person, this is going to be quite a challenge actually, playing a morning game for the last round. And let's see what's happening in the game. E4 G6, D4 Bishop G7, C4 D6, and Knight C3, Knight F6, and H3. Alright, H3 is interesting because I think this is the preparation to go with Bishop E3. Although, of course, you can also prepare that by playing Bishop E2, but H3 also, well, you also want to play G4 at some of the lines. So here, Boris is thinking probably he doesn't want to walk into a dangerous opening, but I think he just played a most principled move in this position. He just castled. Yeah. So probably Jung-Min So will play this Bishop E3 instantly because H3 is for that reason. And yes, he did. Bishop E3 is now on the board. And then now it is another another position for Boris to think, like how he's going to continue this position, whether he's gonna play a move like that bd7 with c5 or with e5 or a5. So he definitely has lots of candidate moves here, or even a move like c6 as well. All right, so I think he is still having lots of choices here. I just want to quickly go to the second board here because Hammer played this variation against Mats Vesby Ellingsen, who yesterday drew against Pensacorpa. Okay, d4 d5, c4 c5, and here Hammer thought for quite some time, and he eventually just took the pawn on d5. So this is kind of like, looks symmetrical, but this is one of the sidelines. Taking on d5 is very logical, and after queen d5, knight f3, here c takes d4. So Hammer can take this pawn immediately with the knight, with the queen, or he can also play a move like knight c3 first, kicking out the knight, and then next move he's just gonna take this pawn with either of the pieces. Yeah, we'll see which one he's gonna choose. Anyway, the thing is, if you take it with the knight here, there might be e5, and you have to give up the trade, and you also lose your right to castle. So probably this is the least likely move to happen. Okay, Hammer is still thinking. I like the move like knight c3, but still e5 might be the threat ladder after the queen move to, let's say, d8. Knight takes here, e5, or probably knight can go to b5 now. And after queen takes, knight a6 like this, and yeah, because you have to protect the c7 square, looks pretty equal. Yeah, in this position he can actually play e4, and everything is more or less symmetrical. Oh, knight c3 was played. Okay, knight c3 was played, but instead of going to d8 here, Mats played queen a5. And Hammer quickly took on the pawn. Knight takes d4 is now on the board. Knight f6, okay. Now it's a bit hard to play e4, but I guess in this position you just played g3. Yeah, I think you would like to develop your bishop on that way, fianchetto way. Or probably knight goes to b3 first, because otherwise after g3 there might be a move like knight e4 and trying to exchange this knight. So probably knight, instead of g3, knight b3 first, queen moves somewhere, and then g3. Or even in this position, e4 could be an option too. Yeah, I think so far it is pretty good for both players. So I just want to quickly take a look at the first board again. Oh, actually Hammer just played a move. So I guess this is still within Matt's preparation. I think all of these moves are very natural, and usually in the preparation you have to mostly prepared against the most natural moves on the board. But of course you have to also be ready if your opponent play some set lines. And here knight b3 happened. Queen c7. Yeah, so we are actually looking at the right position from our analysis. Yeah, now Hammer has a few options to develop this bishop on f1. I think he's going to do something like e4 or g3. Those two moves are relating to the development of the bishop on f1. I think both are fine. It's just that g3 looks nice, but probably what can happen in this position? And g3 was played. Okay. Yeah, it's very sensible. Whenever there is an open center like this and there are no pawns on the center especially, you'd like to move your bishop to the fianchetto way to go to g2 because you also want to pressurize the pawn on b7. And what just happened? e5. e5 is now on the board. Yeah, I think we're gonna see quite quick moves from both sides, especially from Mats, because he has prepared some kind of set line that he has to be ready for every possibility. And what Hammer did, probably not the most challenging variation, but what he did was very, very solid. So it's actually a very nice approach and a very wise approach if you are not prepared against any of this line. You just play the most solid option on the board. So now after bishop g2 with this move, black might be thinking to play bishop b4, but I think it is not a big problem for white, so I think bishop g2 can be played still. Because after bishop b4, I think you can just give this pawn up for free after taking twice and then just castle. I don't think it should be a big problem. And actually, if you take this pawn, white will be just better. Yep. Because bishop goes to a3, the king is cut, the king cannot castle. Next move also there's rook c1. Whoa, this is going to be really dangerous. So if you tune in to our commentary every day, at some of the days, I think it was yesterday or 3 days ago when Boris Chazalbashev was here, he has the same perspective as mine, especially in the opening, that you can just give one pawn up for free, but you'll get more pieces activity. That's actually more important. So what just happened is, yeah, bishop g2 is already on the board and bishop b4 happens. So everything is very understandable and very logical. It's totally making sense, the moves that Hammer and Mats are doing here. I think Hammer just gonna castle. He's not gonna be worried about all this threat on the c3 square. He's gonna castle here, but for Mats, it's important not to take it. So probably he also is going to castle. And after this castle, do we care about this pawn later? I don't think so. I think you can just play bishop g5. Or even a move like bishop d2 is also fine. So that rook c1 is coming. Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how far Mats has prepared this variation, because for Hammer is just the recipient. Hammer was the one who's getting the surprise, and as a surpriser, Mats has to be really prepared for most of the line. Not only for most of the line, but also the length of the line. So we'll see which one or which move that Hammer will play next. And as we speak, let's take a look board number 3. Because also for the remainder of the boards, I think since they feel that they're not in the contention to get the first prize, they might play quite, like a calm variation, quiet, peaceful. So we'll see what's going to happen in this one. So Axel yesterday was here, and today he's playing against Benzekorpa. A very strong opposition for the last round, and especially playing with black pieces. So let's see what's happening. So Benzekorpa is now playing another Jobava London. So this Jobava London, he employed it as well when he played against Boris Shattelbashev. I think it was Korpa's only loss of the tournament. And he decided to employ it again. And that game between Korpa versus Shattelbashev, after bishop f4, Shattelbashev played c5. I think this is one of the main lines, and he played e4. But in this game, Axel played another variation. He played e6, and knight b5 comes, knight a6, because you have to take care of the c7 square. And after e3, bishop e7, knight f3, castle, h4 c6, knight c3, and queen a5. I think it is a very solid approach by Axel to play against this job of London, because if he was going to play a little bit more attacking, he would try to get this bishop out via g7. But yeah, this is, I think I like this approach. I like this approach, yeah. This h4 pawn could be the gateway for white to attack, pushing it to h5, provoking h6, and probably white can build an idea around the g4 square. So maybe rook g1 g4 or knight e5 g4, something like that. So queen i5 is now on the board. They are playing on the far end of the camera. We still cannot see Axel from this angle, but we see Bensekorpa there. Okay, queen i5 is still on the board, and we have other moves. Okay, let's go to the fourth board. It is on our camera right now. Amar Elam playing against Panzer Milton. Oh, is this a Caracan? Wow. Okay, it is a Caracan. With this variation, knight takes e4, knight f6 takes, and bishop e3. Bishop d6, bishop d3, and knight d7. And yeah, actually this is a very, how to say, it is a tricky line, this knight d7. Most of the people played castle, and then here white can play anything. White can play queen d2, white can play knight e2 or c3. Those are very acceptable, but early knight d7 means that you want to put the knight on f6 early, and that's the trick. Let's say you usually want to play your knight, so knight f3 or knight e2, it doesn't matter. The idea is how to get to knight f6 early, because usually in this Caracan the knight will go to f8, because that's how the game goes, that you never got a chance to play f5 and knight f6. But in this position, yes, you can immediately play f5 right now because of the bishop takes. Queen goes to a5, and then you will lose your bishop. So this is one tricky line in this Caracan variation that I think everyone has to know about it, because it's becoming very trendy too. The same goes if your knight goes to f3, f5 can happen, but queen d2 could actually be changing the whole thing. But the queen actually doesn't belong on d2, it belongs on c2. So either you play c3 or c4 in the next future. You want your queen to be attacking the h7 square. So here, of course, Amar knows about the trick, and he plays Caracan himself too. Here he played queen f3 to stop f5 from coming. And since f5 is no longer the idea right now, Black tried to play the normal continuation in this Caracan, and then he played knight f8. Knight e2 was played, and now Milton Panzer is still thinking. Okay, let's see. Let's keep coming down to the other boards. On the fifth board, we have Isaac Storm, who doesn't spend any time on his clock yet, blitzing all his moves. Yeah, let me adjust the camera angle. Okay, now we have both players on the screen. Let's take a look what's happening on this game. So we see a Catalan. So knight d2, castle, bishop g2, and b6. Castle, bishop b7, and just b3. Okay, interesting. b3. Yeah, the bishop has to do something, either taking d2 in the future or back to e7. b3 is nice because you want to play bishop b2. I think what Isaac is playing in this position is very straightforward. He would like to build more initiative around the center and also around the c file because, well, after b3 you're gonna play bishop b2 anyway, and then maybe put the rook on c1 and attacking c7 in the near future. Also, having this diagonal like this, you might want to also go knight e5 at some point. Wow, so many arrows. let me delete all these arrows. It can be confusing. Okay. All right, so b3 is now on the board. It's still, yeah, pretty much ongoing. Yeah, still within the preparation, still within the openings, and no trade yet. Yeah, the pawns and the pieces, they are still, everything is still on the board. Let's come down to board number 6, and we also have that in our camera there. Sebastian Bogner is playing against a Norwegian junior, Havard Hogg, who yesterday, I guess, drew against Gretarsen in a winning position. I forgot to see the end of their game when I left. Havard had like quite a winning endgame, but he probably he failed to convert that into a win. But let's see what's happening on this game. e4 c6, d4 d5, e5 c5, knight f3, bishop g4, d takes c5, knight c6, c3, e6, bishop e3, a6. So, okay, this is the advanced variation in Caro-Kann. Knight bd2, that's why they've been blitzing their moves. Queen a4, and now queen f4. And now you gotta take, because those two pieces are hanging. Takes, and takes, and takes. Okay, a pair of bishops against a bishop and a knight, but black has a better pawn structure. The pawn on c5 could potentially be weak. If you want to protect it later, you have to do something like b4, but it means that the pawn on c3 then is going to be weak. So there should be some compensation to this, but white has a nice pair of bishops, so if white can utilize it, I think white is going to be better. But this is totally a fight. This is totally a fight. Yeah, but this is the nature of chess. Like, you have something that you can hope for, but your opponent also has something up on his sleeve. So they just have to keep fighting to prove who's the better player out of these two. I would like to switch to the women's, because in the current standings right now, we have three or two. Oh, we have three. We have three women playing on playing for the first prize. Yeah. So we have Pia Kramling, we have Safi Tashri, and we have Olga Prudnikova. Three of them, they have 4-point half. So yeah, whoever wins, of course, whoever wins in the last round, she's going to be getting the first prize. It doesn't matter how others do, because the prizes are going to be shared if the number of points are equal. So let's see how is Pia doing. So Pia is playing against this underrated junior from the Netherlands who Axel played yesterday. And if you missed yesterday's interview with Axel Bukvaloy and his analysis on his game, on his win against Arnold Reyes, please do take a look, because you'd be amazed on how, I don't know how to describe. Like, he sees everything, he understands everything, and he explains it very well too. So it was amazing to have him in the studio. Hoping to have him again today, actually, because it's gonna be exciting to see what he's thinking on his game for this last round. So let's see how Pia is doing. And yeah, so Pia is playing as Arnold Reyes. Let's see if for c5, knight after e6, and this is the pet line by Pia. She always plays this variation. This Taimanov takes, bishop d3 and d5, castle, knight f6, bishop g5, and this is the current position right now. Okay, looks like they are still within the preparation, and hoping for the best. And let's take a look at the game next to Pia. We have Savita Shri, also in the contention to the first prize for the women's section. Savita is playing black, so both of the ladies here today, they're playing with black pieces. d4 knight f6, c4 e6, g3. So her opponent played the Catalan, and let's see how Savita is doing in this game. So if you remember the game between Isaac Storm versus Toivo Kenanen, yeah, after knight d2, here I think, oh yeah, it was castle, but after knight f3, Kenanen played b6. So in this position, Savita chose a different approach. She took the pawn on c4. After a3, she took the knight, and after this, a5. Okay, this type of position or line in this Catalan, it is generally better for white, but it's very playable. That advantage that white has could be very slight, that black could manage to make some twist and turn in the position and fight for a better position. So a5 is on the board. Black is still not castled yet, so now there's a question whether black will castle immediately, or sorry, white still hasn't castled, so will white castle immediately, or white will delay it by playing rook c1, for example, because after rook c1, probably with this a5, now this rook on a8 is having some square to go. I don't think you'd be afraid of playing b5 here, because in many lines in Catalan, once this diagonal is open, yeah, the rook might get trapped. But in this position, a5 was already played, so Savita is using this idea in Catalan that you just grab this pawn on c4, and then you're an extra, you have an extra pawn anyway, and you're trying to get your opponent to prove that extra pawn doesn't mean anything to him. So let's see, this is going to be very instructive too to look at. So meanwhile, I think we have some moves on the top board, so we have to always circle back to the top boards, because, well, they're in the contention to be the first winner of this first edition of this Lewis Chess Legends. So let's take a look. There were some moves in the Hammer's game, and I think we saw the game up to e5 here, bishop g2 and bishop b4. Yeah, so Hammer didn't care about this pawn later. That was not really important to give, so it's fine. But here bishop takes c3, b takes c3, but instead of taking again on c3 twice and then having like a worse position here, Mats just castled. So here bishop g5, allowing queen to take on c3. Again, that pawn, it's not too important. Yeah, white can just give it in order to get more pieces active. Here knight bd7 is on the board. Now probably knight bd7, Yeah, it should still be in preparation because you can see from the time situation, Mats is now has Mats has 1 hour and 32 minutes. So all of these moves are very natural too. These moves by Hammer are something that you should actually expect when you play this variation because very very natural, very logical. Um, just my question is now about this bishop because sooner or later you would like to get it out. So I think having the knight on d7, you have to try to build a fianchetto by playing b6, but not now, because the bishop is trying to get to the rook on a8. So after knight b7, I suspect Mats will play a move like rook b8 and then b6 and then bishop. Depends on the next move. It could be bishop b7. It could be bishop a6. So black would be fine after that then. Yeah, again, this is not the most challenging variation that Hammer is doing in this position. I think black is getting away with an early equalization. Also, this knight. Once b6 happens, this knight has to be removed. Like, it doesn't have any idea. Sorry. It doesn't have any idea on b3. It cannot go to a5, c5, or d4. All right, now let's come back to the first board. So after h3 here, castle, yeah, we saw that. Bishop e3, knight c6. Ah, yeah, I forgot to mention about knight c6. It is also a possibility. d5, knight goes to e5, f4, and knight ed7. I think I might have a game like this as white. I cannot remember. Let me check. Okay, so still no move yet from Jung So, and I'm curious about the time situation here because he is suddenly thinking, because this type of moves are it is very normal still in this King's Indian, but he's thinking a move like knight f3 should be quite natural, but I think he's trying to choose some variation where the queen can go to c2 and then long castle or something like that. And then when you have this type of pawns, you want to go. But also, this type of position after knight f3, you can play bishop e2 or bishop d3 and long short castle. So he's choosing his variation. But I just want to see which point of the game that he took so long to think. So probably this, okay, d5, he took about 6-5 minutes. But now after f4, yeah, he took 10 minutes for f4. And now he's been taking his time again for another 10 minutes and he hasn't played a move yet. Okay, so let's go to probably to our friend. Let's see. I want to see Juan Manuel Bellon actually, because did he win again yesterday? Oh man, amazing. If he won again, it's amazing. Let me check. I think there is a good chance that he won again yesterday. Yes. Now he has scored 8 out of 8. Perfect score. Now he has a performance rating of 27.14 and already gaining about 17 points. Amazing. Wow. 8 out of 8. So, I mean, since yesterday already, he is already a champion anyway for the Nordic Senior group. Yeah, like if you tune into our commentary to our broadcast yesterday, Pia was here, and then yeah, she said that Juan really loves chess. He really enjoys every moment. He really, he's very exciting for every single game. He doesn't care about the result. Of course, it would be great if he could win, but he just loves chess. So let's see how he is playing. And I will move the camera to his board. Okay, I think do we have him on the camera? Well, he's not sitting on his chair now, but you see the empty chair it's Juan's chair. So let's see what he did in the game. So he played this e3. Okay. This is a very annoying line to play against actually, because it is harmless. What White is doing is very very harmless, but it's very solid. It's almost like the sibling of London. Like maybe London actually is more irritating because at some of the lines in London it is like attacking, but here, okay, this shouldn't be played. D5, I don't think it should be played, but C5 maybe is a better move because after D5 here, yeah, knight goes to E5, and then White actually gets what he wants to have these pawns on. It's like the reverse Stonewall or Dutch, and now castle and C3, and then you're just waiting for this bishop somehow to develop. It's gonna take a while, but of course black is fine in this position. Probably after C3, you can play a move like knight E7, or also a move like knight. Actually, I don't like knight D7 because I'd like to keep the opportunity to play knight E4 in the future. But something has to challenge this knight with F6. So at some point, maybe this knight has to move. But the thing is, if this knight moves, you're losing control over this one. Although, of course, White cannot really do anything at the moment. White cannot Greek gifts on H7 because White doesn't really have enough pieces around that area yet. But it's interesting. C3. And yeah, he's enjoying it. And also the time situation is better for him as well. Okay, we can take a look at other friends' game. Oh, what about this? On the 14th, on the designated board here, Eric is playing against Marius Duer. Fun fact about Marius, he is one of the 3 players in this group, in the open group, that hasn't lost yet. So he's now still undefeated. So those 3 are Marius Duer, Boris Shuttlebashev, and Hammer. So those 3 players are still undefeated, and Eric is now playing against one of them. Let's see how the game goes. D4, D5, C4, E6, knight C3, knight F6, and C takes D5. We are seeing the Queen's Gambit exchange. Bishop G5, C6, E3, Bishop E7, Bishop D3, and Knight BD7. So I think this is a very compatible opening for the last round because this is very easy to play. Out of like 10 moves, those moves are pretty much, you can change the order, but you'll be playing those moves anyway, like knight C3, E3, Bishop D3, knight goes to E2 or F3, queen goes to C2, castle, all these moves are coming in easy. But this is also quite evergreen because this type of Queen's Gambit exchange has been played for many centuries. And it is still playable up to this day for both colors, for white and black. So a very solid choice by Marius Dürer, of course, because he was the one who initiated this exchange. So let's see how the game goes. So usually in this position, white has a few options to develop develop the knight to e2 or to f3, and we've seen it also in many of the games in this tournament. I think it was played by Pia yesterday, how she won against. Okay, I cannot remember uh, the name of the opponent by Pia, but here Pia played knight g2 as well, and next to her, the board next to her, I think it was by Frodo Urkedal, he played knight f3. So both moves are very playable. It's just depending on what sort of position that you would like to get in the middle game, whether you also think to play that long castle at some point, then knight e2 will give you more flexibility. But if you're just settling down with the short castle, then knight f3 is the way to go. And here, Marius is trying to be flexible by playing knight g2. He still preserve some idea to go short castle or long castle, because the idea of knight g2 is very unique as well. If you were thinking of doing the long castle, having the knight here is very useful, because you can start all the attack, provided that you open also castle, I mean on the opposite side, so that you can attack it on the king side. But here after knight g2, Eric played h6 and then bishop h4, and in this position he just decided to just not wait the castle, but already decided himself by doing the short castle, which surprisingly to me, I thought Marius was going to play queen c2, and sooner or later you're going to play queen c2 anyway, but just try to confuse your opponent that the possibility of long castle is still there. But instead he immediately played short castle, which is totally fine as well. Here Eric played knight h5 and then forcing the trade. Okay, it is a forced trade, because I don't think you would like to play bishop g3 and allowing this exchange, because normally you would like to keep your bishop on the board or exchange with your opponent's bishop. So after knight h5 here, Marius took the bishop on e7, queen e7 of course, and queen d2. It is very unique too, because usually you would like to put the queen on c2, but I think the idea of queen d2 is you're preparing for the e4 truss by playing f3 and then e4. So here Eric develops his rook to e8, while also at the same time stopping f3 from happening, because if f3 happens, then queen takes e3, it's just a free pawn. So rook a1, rook a e1. Still, white is building up his setup around that idea that he wants to play f3 and e4. So probably with this rook over here, next move is going to be, what could it be actually? Maybe king h1, knight g1, and then f3 like this. But this is a little bit too slow, I guess. So what happened was, in the game of the rook a e1, Eric played knight f8, because, well, he has to develop the bishop, connect the rooks. It's pretty much the standard reaction. And knight f4. And after knight f4, actually this is interesting, because you have to act how to deal with this threat. Either you move back and then you lose a tempo, or you take it. But then if you take it, like what happened in the game, it opened up the e file, and you cannot block this. You cannot block this, because f5 is going to come. If you do this, f5 is coming, or if you do this, f5 is also coming. So the only thing here to do is to move back to d7 or to d8, so that you can keep protecting the rook. And here Eric played queen d8. Yeah, understandable, because why would you like to play queen d7? You're just blocking your own bishop. And in fact, I think in this position, white can throw in bishop f5 maybe. Maybe it is not necessary, but it is an idea. So queen d8 is on the board, and apparently, wow, the time situation, you can see it as well, that Marius already spent like one third of his clock, while Eric is maybe, I don't know, still pretty much in the preparation. So what could be the challenging line here? Probably takes here. Queen takes, and then rook e1 again. And for the same reason, you still cannot block this attack, so you have to move your queen possibly here. But then, what's going to be the next idea, yeah? Yeah, so queen d8, this might be actually what you can expect out of this game. But with one rook already traded and two minor pieces, yeah, pretty sure black can equalize this position without any hassle. Pro bishop d7 coming, queen goes to f6, and then rook goes to e8. Although rook can stay on here, but I don't think it's for long. Okay, and what does the computer say? I think it's equal still. Okay, 0.4. Rook e5 immediately. Yeah. Why not? Why not now? Yeah, why later? Yeah, now you can actually still do that. But the nature of this position is always slightly better for white anyway. I was just thinking if black could do anything different before. Yeah, it's always 0.3 position. Knight f8 is good, and after knight f4, I think, yeah, knight has to go back. But I think it's pretty similar anyway. When after knight f6, then white will choose different plan. Okay, so queen d8, this is still the current position. It looks quite equal, but white should be slightly better too. So let's see what's happening on the top boards again between Jung Min So and Bashev. Oh, he chose this setup. Okay, interesting. Knight e d7, bishop d3. He finally settled on this structure. And after c6, to challenge the d5 pawn, he played knight g2. Okay, this knight... I think black has to challenge this pawn twice by playing e6 now. But probably, yeah, because now e5 is not an option, so I don't know. Knight g2, whether it is accurate or not, because I think you still have to keep an idea to play e5. But now after knight g2, e6 can happen. The difference is if you play knight f3 here, after e6, there might be some idea with e5. Takes, and then the knight has to move. Or maybe taking this actually, and then you go knight g5, something like that. Knight g2, I think in this position I like e6. Yeah, you just challenge this pawn. And also you already castled. If now white castled, let's say, you just take it twice. And black should be just fine. Yeah, we'll see if Boris will play it, because he's a very seasoned player. He's very experienced, and he knows every single detail on of position understanding, and especially something like this. Let me check with the computer if the computer say the same. Actually, e5, cd5. Okay, computer also gives a few moves here. Knight c5, cd5, and e6. Those three are the best moves. So e6 at least is one of them. Also knight c5 and c takes d5. Yeah, I think with the knight on e2 here, you have to challenge the center. So knight c5, eventually I think you're gonna play e6 anyway. And cd5, cd5, knight c5 also, it is coming from a different line. So let's see the second board, because now black already brave himself to take the pawn on c3. I think we left it a while ago after castle here, then bishop g5, knight bd7, here c4. c4 was on the board. So did it confuse mods? No, it didn't actually. Probably, well, maybe a little. He took 5 minutes to come up with this move. Queen takes c4, knight f5. Okay, so that's the idea of Hammer sacrificing a pawn. Again, having the bishop on g2, you would like to pressure b7 like that. So thinking that probably if the pawn is not being taken, then he would like to move it to c5. So if after c4 black sticks to the original plan of developing this bishop by playing rook b8 and then b6, here I think white can just play c5. At least if b6 happens, you can just trade this pawn off. But if knight takes here, you can also play, I think you just play knight here. After b6, at the very least, you can try to worsening the pawn structure, black's pawn structure on the king side, because also this pawn might be weak. Like you take, and then maybe takes this, and then queen d5. Yeah, and then there's no way on stopping it. So therefore, I think after c4, Mats thought that, well, he needed to take the risk anyway and take the pawn, because otherwise white will just walk smoothly to a better position after rook b8 and c5. So here he took the risk and captured the pawn on c4 and knight f5. Okay, so it's very interesting. Hammer is always very creative, and this is why I like to see his game. Now, queen is under attack. Where does the queen move? If queen moves here, which is very logical, because you would like to attack the knight on a5, and also at the same time you are protecting b7. Yeah, if we were Hammer in this position, what would we do? I like a move like queen d2, but unfortunately, oh no, actually queen d2 works best. Yeah, you don't have to worry about this knight. The idea of queen d2 is you bring your rook here, you bring your rook here, so from this line you are going to get really a nice counter. Yeah, so probably if queen c7, queen d2. What else? If queen goes to a6, I think it's still the same, queen d2. Yeah, all you want to do is just, you put the rook on b1 and put the rook on c1. This type of position, I think you should also play intuitively, because not all of the things can be calculated. But also, when you see this position and then you have those three candidate moves coming back to back to back, I think you should be quite happy as well. Like you don't really have to worry about your position so much. But I think Mats played something else. He played queen g4, so he did a more concrete approach in this position. Yes, so now Hammer has to think on how to move this bishop. I think, well, a move like queen d2 looks nice, but now since the queen is already on g4, probably black can play knight e4, and then you have to take, and queen takes. And usually after having an extra pawn, every single trade like this is better for black. So queen g4, But if he takes this, I don't like this position as well. Or maybe he's just trying to equalize everything, because now he's giving up the pawn on b7. He's giving it back, as long as his development is not hurt. So knight f6, and then you can take this, takes, and then bishop takes this, rook here. I think this should be quite equal. Maybe after this there's e4. Alright, queen g4 is now on the board. If Hammer would like to play for win, because he always plays for win. He always tries, at least. What sort of line or what sort of position that is good for him in this position? Because black is already up a pawn. Can he try to mod the water, for example? If h4, there is h6. A move like f3 will not work because of queen takes g3. So, yeah, I think black will just get an equal position right away. Is bishop e3 a move? Probably. You don't want to get this pawn yet. You just keep all the pieces on the board. Yeah, probably bishop e3 is a move. Okay. I think to keep the winning chances, I think Hammer has to play bishop e3. Because you're still attacking this, and you still preserve your 2 bishop. And next move, if you don't take this, you can also play rook b1. So I think black might be in trouble soon if he doesn't act promptly. So probably after bishop e3 he can play this, can he? After takes, the idea is to, I think I can take it. Takes this, and rook here, and then which knight? Maybe the other knight go to d5, because the queen has to move. Queen moves elsewhere, I don't know. The queen has to protect this, maybe here or here. But then there is knight d5, there is bishop here, there is knight f4. Oh man. It might not be correct. Also, there is this sacrifice of rook c8, because if you take, this bishop might be hanging all the time. So that's some line that could potentially happen in this game. All good. Okay. Who we would like to see next? Okay, what's happening on PS board? Because no players. I've been checking on the camera for the past 2 minutes maybe. Nobody's there. So probably after bishop b7, Pia got up, and while she was away, his opponent played king h1, and he also got up. And both of them are still not on the board yet. So what's happening here? Bishop e7 was the move that Pia made. Queen e1, bishop b7, and king h1. Okay, preparing for f4, I believe, and trying to be prepared against any check like this, which might sometimes hurt, so better be quite safe and solid. King h1 is already on the board. And Pia is coming. And Pia is coming. Yep. So for Pia, I think in this position, she can just castle. And after castle, f4. Alright, now it's time to really play precise move. Usually in this position, you play c5, yeah? And after e5, knight can go to e8 or d7. And I think it should be fine. At some point, you move it to d4. Just get ready for this knight e4. So I think it would be very likely here for Pia to play short castle. Alright, still no move yet from Pia, and I think I'm gonna put our stream on our first break, so see you soon. Okay, we're back, and let's update ourselves on the first board first. That's very important. Okay, so what do we have here? I think we saw the position after, or actually after knight g2 here. Yep. So here Boris took the pawn on d5, e takes d5, and at c5. And after bishop c2, e6. Okay, so he's combining these ideas that we've mentioned before. And after castle, e takes d5, c takes d5, and rook e8. And bishop d4. So I guess with this setup, of course, white is playing in the center. And who is better? I think white is still better anyway. Because I think d5 pawn is better than the d6 pawn. And this bishop could only play to d7. And okay, this bishop d4 is also preparation to play b4. Alright, so we try to gain our understanding that much. But probably having the rook on e8 is very useful, because in the case of b4, this knight can go to e4 and try to exchange a little bit like that. So probably bishop d7 is still okay here. Let's say b4 happens, and then knight e4 takes, and after takes this, king takes. If there's a check here, probably you can actually play queen f6. Bishop here takes the queen first, knight here, and then takes the bishop. Okay, this is so, I mean, too long of a analysis, but I don't think it's gonna happen, because in the resulting position, only black is better in this one. So that's why bishop d7 might be quite a tempting move to make. Looks pretty good, because you also want to develop your pieces, put the rook on c8, let's say, and apparently e4 is still a square for the knight to go, so don't have to be worried about b4. Let's see if white doesn't take too many pieces like that. If knight e4, let's say takes like this, and then probably not. Yeah, probably white has to do something about it, like knight g3 for example, stopping this. Yeah, probably. Okay, it still looks like a very complicated position, but Boris here has more time on the clock, and Jung Min-so has been burning so much time. The same goes with Hammer. On this position after queen g4, I left it for the break, and he still hasn't moved yet. And we can see that the time situation is very, very different. Like there's a huge gap between them two, almost an hour. Wow, Hammer keeps doing this in this tournament. Like he keeps calculating everything, and then only in the last moment later he's gonna blitz out his moves. Okay, I'd like to go to the second board. The third board. It's between Corpo Bense and Axel Bugualoy. Yeah, let's go there. And what was it again? It was the job of a London. And he played queen a5, knight d2, queen b6, a3. And by the way, this is not hanging, because if you take it, then the queen will be trapped because of this move, knight c2. The queen cannot really go anywhere. Every single thing is being attacked. So after a3, Axel here played c5 and knight b5. So c5 is a thematic move as well, but always knight b5 is a very thematic reply too. Well, it's not necessarily aiming towards c7 now, because the knight on a6 is protecting it, but it is just a way to stop the queen from taking this, and also having the knight here, maybe you also would like to play a4 followed by c4 and take it with the knight. So it is a nice idea. Bishop d7, a4 has to be played, taking b5, a takes b5, and knight c7. Okay, in this position, knight is about to take the pawn. You can try to save it by playing queen here. You can also try to play this move, because this is gonna be dangerous. But unfortunately, I think the king is in the center. So if you take this, takes, queen takes, and do some sort of discovery. To be honest, there's no good discovery yet, yeah? Like, see, like this, and give a check. Yeah. So I don't know. How should we stop it? The laziest way to stop it is just to play bishop c7. But is there anything better than bishop takes c7? Or also here, white can just give it up, probably. What if we play g4 here? Just try to attack. Like knight takes here, and then g5, knight takes knight d7, and then h5. Continue. Oh, but this is hanging. So what do we do? c3 first. That's possible. Yeah, that's possible. Okay, so yeah, Korpa here is deciding what type of game that he would like to play. Is it an attacking game, or is it a positional game? If it's a positional game, he could just take the knight on c7. If he would like to have an attacking game, he should just ignore the b5 pawn and just play g4 and attacking the king. So it's also coming down to the tournament situation. If he takes a draw here, of course he's not in the contention to win the first prize, but if he gambles and play for a win, yeah, he might get rewarded. But also the same thing goes for his opponent, that it goes both ways. Hammer just played a move. What was that? Let's see. Oh, okay, I thought he was going to play bishop e3, but he decided to play bishop d2. What's the difference? Probably the one that we saw before, yeah? If bishop e3, then knight b6, takes here, takes here, takes here. Rook goes to... Actually, the rook can go immediately to d8. And after queen moves, then knight here, and then attacking the bishop, something like that. So bishop d2 was played, but here, yeah, I'm not sure. I think white could be in trouble. Yeah, could be in trouble. Let's see some of the lines, yeah? Knight b6 maybe. Takes, takes, takes. And now attack the bishop. Probably bishop f3. Probably it is fine. And maybe the other line I like is e4 actually. Stopping this bishop from taking b7 or attacking b7. And after e4, also the idea is now to play b6 with bishop b7. Yeah, what does Hammer have in mind? Bishop b4 maybe? Like this. And rook e8. Okay. Let's see at other games. Okay, let's see. Let's see Elam versus Milton. That was coming from a Karakan, I remember. And after knight f8, knight e2, okay, bishop e6, knight g3, g6. Okay, that's very understandable because the knight is hoping to go to f5, but since g6 was played, the knight cannot go to f5 anymore. The knight jumps to e4, and after bishop e7, castle, knight d7, and queen g3. Knight is about to go here to give a check. The bishop has to take, and white might be better. Alternatively, after queen g3, if black castles, then what could be the idea here? Bishop h6, rook here, and then f5, probably. Because after f5, I mean f4, because after f5, knight here. How do I like this position? Or maybe also this move. After here, knight here, and then maybe you're forced to take like this. Okay, so probably after castle, you cannot really castle. I mean, after queen g3, you cannot really castle because of this move. And it's all very concrete, just to get the bishop to exchange with the knight. Yeah, because I think I can understand this position. This position should be better for white with the two bishops and extra pawn in the center. So queen g3, but then how to stop knight d6 if not castle? Queen b8 maybe? But after queen b8 there is bishop f4. It doesn't stop it still because now knight d6 is coming. So maybe black has to move the knight then. Usually the knight goes to f8, but I don't see a way to go there. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think I remember. This type of position, you don't really have to castle. You can make an artificial castle by playing f8. But it doesn't work, yeah, because the queen is already in g3. Because now you cannot go king g7 after bishop h6. Okay. But what happened was black castled already. Black castled already, yeah. So what's going to happen after bishop h6? Bishop h6, rook e8, and then knight d6. Okay, still no move yet. Let's see other games. Let's go back to the game between Isaac Storm versus Toivo Kananen. It was a Catalan. And after knight h4, g6. Oh, actually, we saw the position after b3. Knight bd7, bishop b2, queen d7. So everything is pretty logical here. c5, I like it, yes. Black has to challenge the center. And after b takes c5, b takes c5, takes everything in the center, takes this one too. And now black has an isolated queen pawn, but the position are still fine for both sides. And knight b3, knight e4. Actually, I might like black's position better, but maybe I will change my mind because this bishop looks really superior. Like the queen is about to go to d4. And try to get some checkmating attack. So now the question is, where does this bishop go? If bishop goes here, which looks very logical, probably in this position, I think the knight can go to c6 and then go to b4 or d4. But okay, depending on where this queen go. If the queen goes here, looks very normal. Queen here, f6. What's next? Oh, maybe, sorry. In this position, oh, d5 was hanging actually. I think it's possible to take it. We can let this bishop take this one. It's fine. And after rook here, yeah, that's gonna be quite a challenge for black to rearrange the pieces again without losing any material. So knight f5. White might be, yeah, white should be better. White might be better here, yeah. Because I don't think you can move the bishop, and I think you can only do this, something like this, allowing this to happen, takes, and enjoying the pair of bishop like that, with this IQP as well. So it's gonna be pretty big advantage here. What does the computer say? 0-0. Oh, actually rook a8 is the best move. Knight takes b7, queen takes b7, and rook b1. This is what the computer suggested. Queen b3. What about queen d5? Just f6. Oh, so it's not a problem with the pawn on d5, perhaps. Like if I play here, maybe. Ah, there's bishop e5. Yes, just in time to give a counter attack on b2. Alright, next board next to them is Sebastian Bochner versus Harvard Hawk, which apparently Sebastian is in the lead right now. What's happening? I think we saw the position after this, and then f6. Okay, bishop d3, bishop e7, castle, and finally b4. After knight e8, c4, and knight c7. Okay, black looks a bit too slow. Because now it's as if the king is left alone there without any guardians. The rook will come to d1, the queen will come to h3 or h5, attacking this. Yeah, only white is better. I think I like this rook coming here because I'm preparing this to be played as well. Alright, so white is better. But yeah, I think they're not in the contention anyway to get the top prizes. But let's continue seeing the next one. I like to move it to Savita. So let's see if I can get the camera to her board, and I'll change the board as well. Alright, let's go to Savita. He's playing against Jacob Templin Grave, who yesterday won against Frodo Rukadal. Frodo just blundered, and it was a good game though. Frodo blundered, but his opponent was also playing very well. Okay, so this was a Catalan, and the last move that we saw was a5, and here rook c1, b5. Yeah, that was the idea of this line, and b3. C takes b3, queen takes b3, c6. So yeah, Catalan has so many lines where it is gambiting its own pawn in order to get more pieces activity. And here not only the pieces activity, perhaps also the pair of bishops. Queen b2, knight bd7, rook fd1, and queen e7, bishop g5. This pawn will always be the weakness. c6 will always be the target of attack. With the bishop on g5 like this, probably h6 can be played, forcing this trade. I think every single trade is good for black in this position because black has a pawn up. It's almost the same thing like in the game between Hammer versus Mats versus Bjellingsen, that Mats has an extra pawn, so he's just trying to look for every single trade that is possible on the board. So bishop g5. Yeah, I'm not sure if h6. I think you have to take, otherwise you just lose a tempo. But if you takes this, maybe that e5. Yeah, probably this is what he has in mind. Yeah. Now the knight, the bishop, and the rook is concentrating over the pawn on c6. Knight d5 will not help because you can just simply take it. There's only one piece that is protecting the pawn here, that is the bishop. So interesting idea. Bishop g5. Yeah, next move he wants to take, and knight e5. Although it's possible to take it with the queen as well, but I think knight e5 will still happen because let's see, h6 takes, queen takes, and knight e5. And after taking this, your queen has to move, and the next move, white will take at c6, or even like rook d6 as well. All right. So is there any way for black to save the pawn on c6? Maybe black needs to get more reinforcer, like rook f c8 like this, probably. But after rook f c8, yeah, knight e5 is nice. You cannot take it because then you lose the knight on f6. But if you don't take it, then the next move, yeah, this knight and bishop and the rook will just grab this pawn on c6. If you try to protect it even more with rook a6 like this, okay, at the very least there is knight takes here, queen takes, bishop takes, and then this should be easy positional advantage for white, even though white is down a pawn right now. Okay, so bishop g5, I think it's the best move in this position. Yeah, it's really nice. And probably the best thing that Safita can do is to trade everything, and after knight e5 here, probably b4. Yeah, this is possible. Takes, bishop takes here, and in this position maybe just knight d5, or even rook f b8, I guess, having this passer like that. Okay, let's see Pia, who is playing next to it. After king h1 here, oh, she played h6 first. Okay, trying to force this bishop to do something. And after bishop takes f6, and f4, Pia has to castle, knight a4 and bishop e7, because you have to stop not b5 but c5. And now c4. This is a very common reaction to this setup. You always want to disturb it, and later maybe b3, put the rook on c1 or d1. So white has quite some play in this position, but black has the bishops to try to compensate it. Yeah, I think it's still pretty much in the well, they already surpassed the opening and now in the middle game. But anything can happen. But hang on, from my camera, why no one is sitting on the first board? Or are they being blocked by the few of other players? Perhaps. Okay, Jumingso just come back, so probably we have to also come back to their game and see what's happening there. After bishop d4 here, yeah, Boris played bishop d7, so we analyzed the right position. And knight g3 to stop the knight to go to e4, b5, and then b4. Okay, I think this b5 idea is the preparation to put the knight to go to a4. All right. Who do we see next? Let's see who won Balon Lopez. I should have his view in a bit. 1 second. Okay. Just trying to adjust the camera. Alright, now we are ready to see his game. We saw the position after, I think it was after c3, right? Yeah. It looks like it's the sibling of London, except that the bishop is still on c1. And rook c8, queen h3. This is pretty much what you do in this setup. Knight e7, knight goes to f3, and after knight e4. Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier. Usually you would like to counter this attack with having the knight from f6 to e4 and then stopping the bishop from attacking the h7. Knight g5 and h6. Knight takes e7. Wow. I would like to have him in the studio after this game for sure. I mean, he wins the Nordic senior group regardless what happens in this game. He can lose this one and still wins it because the gap of the points between him and the second place is just too big. Sometimes they say it like, hey, you don't even have to come to the last round. You can just keep sleeping and then, yeah, no need to come to play the last round. But I mean, Juan is a very professional and he loves chess a lot. So he's not going to miss every single round in this tournament. So, all right, after h6, what a sacrifice. And what's going to happen is knight takes f7, rook f7, and knight takes again. And now, white sacrificed 2 pieces for a rook and a pawn. And g4. Okay. Playing with 2 bishops like this, but the other bishop is still not into play. Usually black should be able to handle this. Yeah, with 2 pieces, I don't think the attack will be very imminent. But we also saw some of Juan's games before where he was objectively was worse, but somehow he managed to bounce back. Okay, while we are on this camera now, I think we can also see Eric's game in the, I think he's sitting behind Juan or somewhere like there. Let's take a look. Yeah, Eric is playing against a very dangerous opponent. Marius hasn't been defeated yet in this tournament. He's been playing very solid chess. So let's take a look on their game. I think we saw it the last time with Queen d8, where Marius here decided to take the rook. Queen takes and rook e1, Queen d8 again. f5, Bishop d7 and rook e5. f6, I don't really like this f6. Yeah, probably f6 looks like it's against the mother nature. I don't know. I would put my queen on f6 if I were Eric. Probably, okay, next move is rook e8, so probably you would like to stop it by playing queen e2 like this. But now everything is pretty nice here. I think you can even start playing a5 or b5 even. Maybe b5 is better. Yeah, b5, a5. Black should be fine. I'm not a huge fan of making my king weak, especially with the pawn move like that. So, not sure. e5, rook here, queen b6. He is approaching this position in a concrete way. Or maybe it is fine because white has always this weakness in the end game, and then also this. Or maybe this is fine. Yeah. The good thing is the bishop is not participating into the game. Only the knight can, but the bishop, rook, and knight over here, I think black looks very solid. Yeah, I was a bit puzzled of this f6 pawn. I think it wouldn't be one of my candidate moves. But now I'm seeing it. I think it should be fine. Queen b6, knight e2, rook e8, rook g3. Okay, the idea is of course taking h6. This is very important to not miss it. So should the king go then? If the king goes here, maybe knight here comes. Oh, but queen d4. There's queen d4. There's no discovery because the bishop is blocked and then the king has already stepped aside anyway. Alright, probably this is fine. King here, is it also fine? Yeah, white will always be struggling protecting this. So maybe after king h8, could bishop b1 be the move? But now just knight here. The knight goes to g5, the knight goes to e4. This looks nice, but probably after this there is this move. Queen b2. Oh, suddenly white is under attack and under pressure. You cannot take it because this is what I was trying to get, the back rank checkmate. Okay. Rook g3. Rook g3. The king has to move to h8 or to h7, and I think it should be pretty much okay for black. What's the evaluation of this position? Actually, white is much better. Wow. Can I play king h8 here? No. h4. Wow. h3 or h4, yeah. Just trying to protect the back rank first. I think that is a good idea. And then bishop b1, and then at f4 we have that idea, but now the white's king is okay. I don't like this f6 at all, so let's see if it was really the mistake. Yes, f6 was a mistake. Knight h7, knight f6 should be the move, right? It's not the pawn that's occupying f6. It should be something else. Knight h7, I like it. Knight h7, queen f4, let's say, and knight f6, yeah. Should be fine. So what about queen f6 here? Queen f6 is better too. Yeah, just as long as you don't play f6. f6 is a bit too, like what I said, it's against the mother nature. Positional wise, it should be bad. But Eric is always thinking in a concrete way. So yeah, probably it is fine, but objective evaluation, like for the position, white is better. Because after f6, you will forever have the weakness on g6 and all this light square. It's just a matter of time until this bishop can participate, and black should be in much trouble. And we have a result on board 2, actually. Board 2 after bishop b4. So it is a draw. It is a draw between Hammer and Mats Fesby Ellingsen. Bishop d2 was happened, and here we didn't see what was going on. But Mats finally played e4. I think we are still within our analysis. e4 was nice to stop the bishop's control over the the b7 pawn. And then after bishop b4 here, judging from the last move, usually it is the player who made the last move who over the draw. So probably in this position, Hammer, so probably in this position, Hammer over the draw. And was accepted by Mats. Objectively, black is slightly better, but it's very, very slightly, only 0.1. So, wow, so all the contention is on the first board then. Because on the first board here, anything can happen. Whoever wins this game, he is going to be the first winner of the Lewis Chess Legends 2024. So this game is really important. If this game draws, and then the rest of other boards also wins, for example, let me check. The game between oh, 1 second. How do I check it? Let me get the pairings. Yeah, so if the other game has a winner, especially board 3, and if Elham, so if board 3 between Bensek Korpa, Axel, and Elham, anyone wins, then okay, they might also be the co-winners. But it's all depending on the first board, of course. And let's take a look what's happening on this game. So we saw the position after b4, and knight went to a4. So yeah, this is the consistent idea, because you prepared that with b5, knight a4, bishop takes a4, b takes a4, f5. White starts attacking here. Rook c8 takes g6 and taking it with the f. Interesting. So I guess if you take it with the age, then what's gonna happen is queen f3, because now this knight has to move, but then the pawn behind it is hanging. So after f takes g6, only move is to take it with the f, and then and queen d3. Yeah, all right. So I think white's main idea is to double up everything on the f file and get to this knight on f6. Okay, yeah, I have a mixed feeling about this pawn. I think that trade is necessary, but the resulting position, I think white is just having an easier position to play. Because now the plan is clear. Double up the rook on the f file, just pretty much attack on the king side, get probably the rook on the 7 rank later. So now Boris should be in trouble. Like what to do in this position, because you cannot leave. The queen cannot leave. Probably he might be thinking, I don't know, knight h5? Is it even a move? But after knight h5, just simply take it. Everything is protected. What else? I think the rook has to go back to f8. I think that's the idea of opening this file anyway. Just be ready for all this impact. Like rook f3 is coming, and now rook f1 is in the rudder. Queen e7, rook f1, and what's next? Knight e8. Knight e8 takes this. I mean, this should be better for white for sure. What's next? Knight e4. Whoa, this is just gonna be a lot of trouble. Queen d3. I'm assuming this position is at least +1 for white. Yeah, getting there. Yeah, +1. Rook f8 is rook f8, queen e7. They have to play it. Queen e7. Okay, I think it's interchangeable anyway. You just want to play rook here. Queen goes to c7 apparently, but then after doubling up the rook like this, queen c4, and queen takes c4, rook takes c4. Is this possible even? Takes everything. Rook takes c3, rook takes d6. Okay, the endgame should be winning for white. But there is another line here that you take it with the rook. Like this, and then can I take this? Probably not. No, because then rook takes d6, yeah. Wow. I mean, from this position, we might have actually a clear winner. Juming So is now better in this position, and probably, yeah, if he wins this, then he's gonna be the only one with 7 out of 9, while the rest is just maximum 6.5. Okay, I have a special guest in the studio, so I'll put our commentary in a break while I'm rearranging the scene. So see you in a minute. Hi guys, here Hammer and Mats are taking over my stream now, and then they're gonna talk about their games. So let's take a look. The game.
Yeah, it was.
Let's go here first, and then hang on.
I suspect Mats knows more about what was going on than I did, because yeah, it was just a very disappointing one for me.
Yeah.
Apparently, Mats had played the c5 before, and I had not. Well, of course, I should have been looking at this because Hikaru played it in the candidates. But yeah, I haven't really been putting enough effort into my chess lately, and that might be the reason. I before the round, I was thinking about when was the last time I won a tournament, I couldn't remember. It's like more than 5 years ago.
But it's,
So I was pretty happy with the pairing. Mats beat me earlier this summer. I wanted revenge. I had the white pieces. I think that suits. Because, well, at this point, I'm starting to realize Mats is a very happy-go-lucky player with lots of gambits and other intriguing openings. But against such a player, I think it's usually a good thing to have the white pieces, because that means whenever they try to do something funky, it can be
Big
a lot
fire.
more punishing. That being said, c5 is a very solid move, and I was at this point I was thinking, okay, this is not great that I didn't look at this, but at the same time, this feels like a territory that will suit my playing style better than Mats, and I can play risk free for a win. Because that's what's supposed to happen in this opening. And then multiple of bad decisions later, I was definitely not okay. So already here, knight c3, I was a bit unhappy about this in hindsight.
Yeah. Yeah. So queen d4.
Yeah, I think I should just go queen d4.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen is this. Knight c3.
Yeah,
This.
and this is what Hikaru played.
Yeah. Yeah. a6.
And G3.
And then g3.
g3, e5. So I looked at this a bit. I was gonna play like a card like an a5. But yeah, here it's probably like good chances for white to get a little pull maybe.
Well, and at the very least, you don't have that pawn structure imbalance, and you don't have the queen running around taking all your pawns.
No.
so even though this position white is better, but how to compete?
Well,
Maybe.
this is what Hikaru played
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
right.
candidates.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm sure many people have analyzed it quite a bit. I was thinking maybe I wanted to go knight c2 here.
Yeah.
But like I knew about this, and I was like, I would be happy to get this position. And then overthinking me, I thought, well, after knight f6, knight c3, what about queen a5 here?
E4?
And it becomes similar to like if I when queen takes d4 instead of knight takes d4. And I know that you're kind of supposed to take with the knight on d4. And then I started thinking maybe this is some clever way of kind of forcing white into the queen recapture in the center, which you didn't really want to do, and then maybe white is able to do the same thing that black did in terms of developing their knight to put the pressure on the black can do what white did. So anyway, I got this in my head, and I thought, oh, okay, I'll try this knight
Knight
c3
C3.
instead, and it's just
Yeah.
like it's a game defining decision,
Yeah.
and I spent 5 minutes on it. And afterwards, it was very clear that Mats was very well prepared. Yeah. And I hated the placement of this knight. I thought it was so bad. And Mats was telling me that g3 is probably already not
Yeah.
that great.
Based on what I've looked at, it's quite nice for black to play.
Yeah, e5 is very nice. Yeah, you just
Yeah, it's usually they go g3 first, but this just transposes. But yeah, e4 is maybe the most critical here, like from a
Instead of
theoretical
G3.
standpoint. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and then my complete lack of any details kind of became a problem. And here initially I was planning not to give myself the bad pawn structure because in general I'm very particular about my pawns. So I wanted to go bishop g2.
Yeah.
But here I realized that I guess I realized how incredibly bad the knight on b3 is. And even if I'm able to like get this bishop and like put some pressure here and get that bishop, it's like what is the bishop gonna help me here? and something like this at the very least. Maybe black even has better stuff, but something like this, I was like, okay, that's not really the bishop pair I was looking for. If
Or
I have
even
to
like
go,
queen b6, knight d4 actually, instead of bishop d5.
yeah. Well, just highlighting the knight and its problems. I'm sure there are plenty of ways here to
Yes.
play with black. So I was like, okay, I need to go for the win. So I will play how you're kind of supposed to play, and how bad can this isolated pawn be? Because like I will have some compensation if he captures. But the problem is I'm just playing against a computer, right? And it's
But after that, bishop g5 and then knight bd7 c4.
well, I thought I have to go bishop g5 because otherwise bishop e6. So if I allow him to go bishop e6 and then knight b7, knight d7, it's like a disaster, right? So I went bishop g5, and at this point, I was still not sure. Is he going bishop e6, allowing this pawn structure? But maybe it's still fine for him because of the weakness I have. But at least, then I have something going on. And he plays knight d7 instantly, and I'm like, yeah, okay. I guess he can go the slow way with rook b8 and
Yeah, and
b6.
then b6. That's what I thought. That's why you play c4, right?
Um,
Rook b at c5.
Yeah. So I thought he's just evacuating this diagonal from the bishop, but then afterwards I kind of also realized that h6 is
Yeah, that was the plan. For most
yeah
of
no
the ways.
just h6, and then you can move this guy, and then you can get this guy in. So like there's more than one plan to look out for.
Yeah. For example, if you go queen c2, I can just do this, and then knight b6. And
Yeah.
I think white already
Bishop
has to
e6,
bail out with
d5.
yeah. And if I get the
So
knight
many
here, it's
things,
very
knight
good. So
c4,
you have to go
yeah.
like c4 here, and this is just supposed to be equal, I think. So it's already a bit like not so easy for white.
Yeah, but you said c4, even c4 you had looked at.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
I
so
saw,
no matter what I did, it was like I was finding decent moves, but
Yeah.
the problem was
You're playing against computers,
yeah, no,
though.
decent moves was
Yeah,
not
decent.
really what I needed. I needed something that he had not looked at,
Yeah.
and I was just unable to figure that out.
yeah. Yeah. No. c4 I think is also like objectively a good move.
Yeah, no, I mean it made sense to me. I didn't expect you to take it.
No. No.
Because then it also feels like, okay, now I have something to prove, because now I'm actually down a pawn.
No.
And I started realizing that after something like rook c1, queen a4, I really didn't like this queen here, because I thought
Yeah.
it's very difficult for me to chase the queen away.
So
Mats said he was intending queen g4 though.
maybe I can go knights. You can go knight c5 after queen a4.
Yeah, I mean honestly at this point I'm like take everything, but
No. No.
yeah, no, I'm sure you're right. Yeah, no, this is just good for me. Yeah. Okay, so I should have gone rook c1.
Yeah.
But then I would have still been in his prep.
Exactly.
The good thing about knight a5 is that, yeah, it's a bad move, but at least he hadn't prepared it. But my problem was also that afterwards I realized how bad of a move it was. Because I thought, well, obviously he's going to go queen a6 because he wants to attack the knight
then
and
queen
protect
d2,
the pawn. No, but queen d2, h6. This was my intention. But then I realized my bishop is actually trapped here.
I see.
So if I can keep the bishop here, I would be reasonably happy, and that was why I played this to begin with.
What about like rook fc1, and then if knight e3, rook c8, bishop b7? Does it work?
I mean, at the very least, he can take here,
yeah,
right?
you're right. You're right, yeah. Yeah, that bishop is important on g2.
But yeah, maybe. I'm honestly surprised the computer doesn't give more than 0.3 here. I'm just
Okay,
gonna check
that's-
what the computer says. Yeah, computer says knight b3. And then it's just, it's very sad. I'm just down a pawn for no reason. Computer says it's okay compensation for white, but I'm still down a pawn. And it feels kind of stupid. But yeah, he went queen g4 instead, and here I was seriously considering taking on f6. Because I was like, I felt like I'm way down on the clock. I wanted to win the tournament, but at some point I just...
You also you also have to be objective here about the position.
This is what Boris told me yesterday. But I don't think that's entirely true. I think if you want to win enough, then you just have to take the risks that's needed to win. I think part of my problem, I was very nervous yesterday against Boris, and I became very nervous in this game as a result of a misplayed opening. And it just, I haven't actually fought for a tournament win in some time. And I think sometimes it's good to have some nerves, but here it was like, I rehashed every previous decision I made in the game, and I was like cursing myself for some of the decisions and not necessarily looking ahead, and also not being willing to take that risk in an equal position, which I guess is also why I offered a draw, right? Although I didn't actually think it was.
So if the game plays on after bishop d2, I mean e4 and then bishop b4.
Yeah, no, e4 I think was a good move.
That is necessary, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then bishop b4. I thought rook e8 was pretty much the only move. I thought it was no sense putting yourself on the pin. And then knight c4 was my idea to go for the win, because like when I went bishop d2, I was thinking, let's go for the win. Let's not just trade and take the pawn. But the reason I offered was because I realized knight b6 is... I felt like here I'm down a pawn, and I have no reason to be down a pawn. Like, I can maybe make a draw because I have the bishops, and he's going to have a doubled pawn. But my realization was that my plan of knight d6 is always going to be really stupid if it's going to lead to a pin back on my queen. But then again, you know, if you really want to win the tournament, you go into this and you check if he plays knight b6, right? And if he does play knight b6,
then maybe you can offer a draw.
Then it's too late to offer a draw, because then you're down a pawn, but maybe you can defend, right? Because the computer is actually saying that after knight b6, it's still equal. Okay, it's not saying equal after takes though. So I was thinking takes. I can probably defend this to a draw because I have dark square control. And I was starting to investigate this. But I wasn't sure about it. Apparently this is the computer top choice. Yeah, and I guess this makes sense because I'm going after the pawn on e4. If I wasn't such a nervous wreck, maybe I would do something like this. But
yeah, I was probably gonna go queen e6, I thought. Maybe.
Yeah, no, queen e6 I would be happy to play on.
Yeah.
I think queen e6 I was planning... Actually, everything is probably fine for you.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, apparently not.
Yeah, no, No, you got to take the risk, right? You're down a pawn. You're seeing some good plans for the opponents, but yeah. Apparently here the computer likes white, targeting this guy.
Yeah, that's good. All right. Well, the third board is already drawn, so I think only the first board right now is in the contention.
Yeah, but
Boris is in trouble, I guess.
Yeah, Boris is in big trouble. But I think if you win the final round, you deserve to win the tournament.
Is he?
Young,
Yeah.
I feel for Young Min because he's not getting his GM norm, right?
He already has a few norms, or
I don't know, but he only faced 2 grandmasters.
yeah,
think.
I don't think even if he wins an enough GM to play against enough GMs, I don't think it is that
7 out
difficult.
of 9.
Well, I don't think the average rating of the opponents are that
Yeah,
high.
well, that could explain how he managed to get through this tournament only playing 2 grandmasters. But yeah, this was just not good enough for me to.
Yeah, you just take everything, take on d6, and then you have a better endgame.
Yeah, but that could be a draw, no?
Takes everything.
Takes.
D6.
One.
Bishop eight.
Yeah, the bishop doesn't really have good square. Knight e4 is
Well,
coming.
Bishop
he's saying
Ah,
bishop
but
h3.
knight e4, knight e4. Rook
Check,
G
check bishop
first.
f5. No, this guy is kind of dangerous, no?
Yeah. I guess
I
maybe
guess
you go
take-
knight d4 if you want.
I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, thank you
Thanks.
for your time here, and all the best for the next event. Are you gonna be known?
And no, I was not selected.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know. I just assumed that your default option. Anyway. All right. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I'm back. So that was Hammer and Mats analyzing the games, and also analyzing a little bit of this game as well between Young-min Seo versus Boris Shuttlebashev. And let's see. So the third board has already finished as well. So they're not in the contention of the top winners because, well, they're half a point behind. So their best hope is to somehow one of them wins and then manage to be co-leaders. But let's see. So knight c7 was the last position that we saw on the board. And after d takes c5, bishop takes c5, bishop d3, everything looks quite equalish, although knight d7 is a kind of a dubious move here. Black is better. What could happen? Bishop e7 is better instead of knight d7. So bishop e7 should have been played, but I mean this position is very hard anyway. So knight d7 and then takes, and then here, and we have this double bishop sacrifice which ensures the perpetual checks. And after this, yeah, the player agreed with a draw. Of course, there's no way of escaping this position. So therefore, Hammer should be in the clear second right now. We're just waiting for the game between Young-min Seo versus Boris Shuttlebashev, because this could transpose quickly to a worse endgame for Boris. So what just happened after rook takes f6? I think rook will take on c3. That's for sure. And yeah, this happened on the game. And now we already arrived to this position a while ago in our analysis. I think rook d6 was the best move. But here, Young-min Seo also has to calculate what happens after bishop takes h3. All right, rook takes c3, and Min So has quite enough time on the clock to think about this position. And I'd like to go to our ladies board. Here we have Pia Kramling playing black pieces against Alnot Riss. And yeah, we can circle and update ourselves on some games. So here it came from a Sicilian, but now it looks like black is having a passer and hitting the weakness on b3. So Pia should be in a good position right now. I think we saw the position after c4, c5. And then b3, bishop here, knight comes to c3, knight comes here. And after a5, yeah, this can backfire really quickly. And after this position, we are coming to the current position. Black should be fine. Black has a lot of control, especially on this b3. And this pawn on d4, which is a pass pawn, cannot be underestimated, because this looking like black has lots of initiatives. And next to it, we have the game of Savita. After bishop g5, we saw that a while ago. Here, she decided to trade it everything by playing h6, takes, and after knight e5, takes here, and queen e7, rook goes to d6. Black can always take on c6, but it means that having these major pieces endgame might lead to a draw very soon, and probably white is still trying to play for a win. So rook d6, and after rook fc8, queen d2, yeah, stopping all this idea, because yeah, sooner or later you're gonna take this, but there's something that black has to take care first, that is rook d7 idea, because now the bishop is hanging. So probably what black has to do is playing rook c7, which Savita just did, to stop rook d7 from happening. And at the same time as well, it is preparing for this move, rook c8. So white is trying to keep being a pawn down, but having more initiative and dominancy over the board. Let's quickly check what's happening on Eric's game here, because wow, I think white is doing whatever it takes to be better in this position, and I think Marius has been playing very precise. So after rook e8, I guess, rook g3. Here, yeah, we saw this position, and Eric chose to play king h8, h4. I think this is the right way to go, h4, h3, as long as you're opening the back rank. Now rook e7, bishop b1, because you want to free the knight, but you have to also protect the d4 pawn. And after bishop e8, now the knight is free, bishop f7, knight g6, and this is the current position. I think the idea is white would like to get this light square bishop active. So however you take it, with the knight or with the pawn, the bishop can stand on f5, and it is generally a better piece, because the minor piece that black has in this position would be very limited. Let's say knight takes here, takes, and where does the bishop go? If bishop goes here, probably rook e3, and it's walking into this uncomfortable pin, which might be actually losing, because now bishop f5 is a threat. So if you play a move like queen e7 here, the queen will just come and attack this. So no easy way to get out from that. Takes, if bishop goes to e8, the bishop will go to f5. Or I think in this position as well, after this, there is rook e3, which is nasty, because you have to protect this, and the back rank too at the same time. But maybe in this position, queen d8 is okay, but it's always unpleasant to have the pawn on g6. You always walk into some matting net, and you always have to think about your king all the time. So I think the position is very unpleasant for Eric right now. But like yesterday, he actually had a good position before eventually his opponent had quite a winning position, but then they went into time trouble. It was quite a crazy game yesterday by Eric and Tor Fredrik Carlsen. So anything can happen in the last round. Also because players are very tired. Today is the morning round, so probably it has also something to do with the energy level of the players. But let's see, back on the first board still, Youngmin So is still thinking, still trying to decide which one that he's gonna play. Either he will play rook d6 first or play king h2, because after rook d6 there is apparently bishop takes h3, which I think is fine. This might happen, and then bishop might come to f5 maybe. But he just has to think a concrete chess here about pushing this pawn eventually, because this is like the source of his advantage. But we will see what he is going to decide. And meanwhile, I'm going to take my break. I'll see you back in a few minutes. Hello, welcome back everyone. And yeah, continuing the commentary because things are getting spicy here on the first board. This is the most important board right now in this last round of the Lewis Chess Legends because whoever wins this one, he is going to be the winner of the Lewis Chess Legends. Everything is up to this board. And let's take a look. So we see the position after rook takes c3, and after quite something here, Yumin So decided to play knight e4. And of course, you have to give a check because now you can think on how to deal with any sort of capturing on d6 because rook can capture on d6, knight can capture on d6, and here Boris prepared that capture with bishop f5. Thus forcing the knight to take on d6, not the rook, because the knight will be left hanging. And now bishop b1. Okay, so I thought it was going to be quite a smooth game, but apparently after this, bishop b1, looks like black is trying to get some compensation and some counter attack and try to get a draw. So I think this is the best outcome that black can try in this position is to make a draw because looks like white is totally in control. And now what's going to happen if white tried to save this pawn to a3? The bishop will go to a2 and attacking this beautiful pawn on d5, and that pawn is very important as well. Unfortunately, the knight cannot go to c8 because this could be the idea, giving a check like this, attacking the rook, but then you take the knight. But unfortunately, after knight c8, the rook can just capture on c8. So that is not going to help the position for white, trying to protect the pawn on d5. Yeah, so if this happens, then actually if that pawn on d5 was captured, probably black would stand better. So it's a difficult position now. Bishop b1 is now on the board, and also the position of the knight and the rook looks a bit awkward. As in, it's very hard to improve the position from there. For example, if the rook comes down to a2 and protect the a2 pawn, this rook will go to d1 and then attack the d5 pawn. So, oh, there's knight c5 actually. Sorry, knight c8 with the idea of knight e7. But unfortunately, I think in this position, the bishop can move back to e4. And let me think. Oh, e4, d6, bishop b7, knight e7, king g7. I think black should be fine because there's no way on protecting this pawn. Alright, so bishop b1, this is I think such a nice idea by Boris Bashev in keeping the game alive. What's the evaluation? White is still better. White is still better. Rook f2 is the move. And after rook d1 here, knight b5. Okay, so instead of going to c8 e7, knight b5 c3 is a better idea. And here bishop f5. Now you can take this, but then the knight will take a7. If rook takes d5, then you just go knight c6. You still have this pass pawn. In general, white is better, but I think that position is also having a good chance to make a draw. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Min So would be able to capitalize his advantage. And meanwhile, also on the fourth board here, let's not forget about Elam Amar, because apparently if he wins, he's going to join the temporary co-leaders with Hammer, and they will be sharing the same points. So it means if the first board also draw, we will have 4 players tying for the first place. So it's still not ending yet, because Min So also, well, he is having a better position, but there's a very good chance for Boris to equalize it. So let's take a look at this. Apparently Almar has a better position. The bishop on h6 looks nice. We left it a while ago after... let me think. After castle, I guess. Yes, castle, knight d6, and bishop d6, queen d6. And he's playing this position very patiently, trying to convert his two bishop advantage into something. Okay, now he got a better position. Now after rook here, it's a, oh, it's very nice. It's very nice. Okay, rook here with the idea of if queen takes f6, queen takes d4, and you cannot give a checkmate on g7, so that's why in this position Amar didn't take the pawn, but he played rook here. That's a very nice idea because now let's say you don't want to have triple pawns on the f-file, so you take the bishop over here, but here white will not take the bishop back, but white will just play queen takes f6. Now the idea is the same. White wants to checkmate on g7, and if black continues to do the same thing by taking the pawn on d4, there is this thematic tactic of rook e8. And you have to take it as a force move, and the queen will be hanging, and white wins. So that's why after rook f e1, black doesn't have any choice but to play queen d6, even though it will leave him with a very bad pawn structure, especially on the f-file. And after c3 here, white is going to happy if somehow the game goes into a more simplification, because having the rook on the 7th rank is amazing. You're attacking these, bringing the other rook coming, and probably after g3, king g2, king f3, you can just keep collecting all these pawns on the f-file. So white is better, and after c3 here, black decided to keep the queens on the board, so he played knight d5, queen e2, and b5, trying his best to create some counter chance. All right, so yeah, that's Amar versus Elam, and we have a move on the game between Youngmin So versus Boris. So probably Youngmin So played the best move here, rook f2, protecting this pawn, and yeah, the line that we saw before with rook d1, this potentially can happen, and knight b5. You cannot take this because of knight c3. So what you can do is probably bishop e4. But then if bishop e4, I think just takes this, right? Takes that one, or bishop f5 actually. If bishop f5, yeah, takes this one, takes, and knight c6, attacking e7. And once the rook goes away, let's say here, then you can try to push this pawn, or even try to improve the position of the rook. All right. Well, I still have the camera on Eric. Let's quickly check his game against Marius Duer. And yeah, looks like black's position is cramped. Marius has been playing very well here. He understands exactly what needs to be done. And after knight g6 here, Eric had a long thing, I guess, and he decided to take it. Yeah, he thought for 20 minutes. He decided to take it with the bishop and remove his queen back to back rank. And after rook e1, knight d7, trying to, well, he's approaching this position with the general understanding when queen and knight is better than queen and bishop. But unfortunately, that type of position, you don't really have a pawn on g6 where your king is always in matting net situation. So I think white is still doing better in this position. Now after knight After bishop f5, where does the knight go? Or should black remove the knight? If the knight goes here, maybe b3, king e8, but maybe just also potentially queen e2, yeah? And in which case you have to takes, and yeah, looks very, very cramped. Maybe knight here and then knight d6. Just probably what black has to do is just sit and wait, do nothing. I mean, black shouldn't really do anything major, because otherwise it's just going to hurt his position. Let's go back to Safita, because that position was very interesting. She was a pawn up, but she gets under pressure. So if I can move the camera and then try to find where she sits down, she plays next to Pia, so we can also see how Pia is doing after that. And the last position that we saw was in this one, I guess. Oh, the other rook c5. This rook c5, yeah, because there are a few rook c5s happening in this game. So queen e8, trying to protect the c6 pawn. Bishop e4, rook c8, rook c3, rook a b8, and after rook c5. So white is also still trying to gain understanding out of this position, because objectively white should be better, but it's not that easy to come up with a plan. And they already repeated some moves there. Are we going to see a draw here? Are we going to see a repetition? Because this was the position before. 1, 2, yeah, and Safita just played rook a b8. It's the invitation to shaking the hands in the next move. So I think her opponent is not on the board right now, but when he comes, he might actually repeat. Yeah, probably he also doesn't want to take any risk. But let's see. I'm gonna wait for this one, if he's going to repeat or not. Yeah, and he just did. Rook c5 is on the board, and it's one more move for Safita to claim the repetition. If she moves back to a8, then there you go, we'll have a draw on this board. So, and both players have not too many minutes left on the clock, and they still have about 14-15 moves to go for the additional time control. So a draw should be quite a fair result here, but I just want to check what is the objective evaluation of this position. I'm sure this is white is better, but probably not as much. Oh, okay, this is a mistake. Bishop e4 after here, bishop c2, wow. Switching the other diagonal, bishop c2 or h4. So you pretty much have to play on the king side like that. And after rook d8, rook c1. Yeah, white is better, but yeah, it's quite slightly. The advantage is not that thick. So, and Savita is looking over Pia's game, trying to understand the position, because both of these players, Pia and Savita, they're in contention to win the Best Women's Prize too. So, yeah, there are some things at stakes. Whether she would keep playing and then get, a winning chances, or she would just settle with a draw. That's a big decision. Sometimes it's nothing to do with your own position, but sometimes it's something to do with your rival. So now her rival is actually sitting right next to her. Now this is a big decision after rook c5 here. If she plays rook a8, then it's just a draw. It's threefold repetition. But if she plays something else, then we might see a longer game on this one. But meanwhile, let's take a look at Pia's game. Because in Pia's game, I think Pia was better before, but I think she is still better now. So we saw the position after rook b8, something like here, and then queen d1, and Okay, she should have played e5, giving up a pawn like that, but allowing f5. Yeah, but I think she did that later in the game. So queen b6 and then knight d2. She played it. She played e5. Yes, this pawn I don't think is good to be taken because it's gonna be weak anyway. The queen can be moved back to c7 or bishop d7. Then it's stopping the pawn like this. So yeah, so that's why after e5, her opponent play f5, and before I go back to PS game, we're just gonna go back to here, and then I saw already a check hand there. Both Safita and her opponent, Jacob Templin Grave, already agreed for a draw. So Safita is now, well, it's up to PS game. Actually, we have two other ladies who are sharing 4.5. Prudnikova is playing against Stanford Maxim Barf, and we also have Jovana Erich also on 4.5. So yeah, it's gonna be quite interesting who's going to win the Best Women's Prize. Okay, so let's come back to Pia and finish the analysis after f5 here. She played bishop g5 and then rook a b1. Queen goes back to b7, attacking e4, and now after rook e1 here, bishop e3. So I think the advantage has been thickened. f6, and after rook f3, rook b4. Okay, I like Pia style here. But I would probably save my bishop. Yeah, bishop g5. I think I would do it. If in any case that there is g3 here, at least I'm provoking the pawns to move. Then I'll go here, and after h4, I'll go back to e3. At least I provoke those pawn moves and weakening the white's king. But here after knight f1, she played rook fb8 right away, so allowing this to happen. But I think this is still a pretty nice position for Pia, because if rook takes here, then the queen can go, yeah, the queen can attack this and attack this at the same time. Also, the idea is to take on a4, not only taking on b3. Okay, so looks like Pia is in a driver's seat on this game. And let's see quickly the first board, because now after rook f2, Boris played a6. Surprisingly, it is a bit too slow in my opinion. So of course knight b7 was the move, but apparently computer suggested something else. Rook d2. Rook d2 should be played. Yeah, this is nice because you have total control over the pawn right now. And after knight b7, which might be a bit too hasty by Yumin So, rook d1, and now I think you have to move. But if you move the pawn like here, what happened after bishop here? Knight c5. Yeah, at least you have that idea. Okay, rook d1 is on the board. Okay, so we saw Pia. I also would like to see how Juan Belen is playing, because he is on 8 out of 8 perfect score. So, and he's still playing the last game, so I wanna see how the game went. All right, and there you go. Okay, so he sacrificed two pieces for a rook and a pawn, and I just want to see the follow up. So after king takes f7, so there's a sacrifice on f7 square, and here he continued with g4, queen h8, and a4, a5, bishop e2, and the king marches on the other side of the board to a sever side. And after queen h7, queen g2 c4, bishop d2 g5, and rook f1, rook f8, bishop takes e4, takes e4. Okay, there are so many simplification on this board, but I think I'll like black's position better, because in the end the sacrifice, I don't think it works. The only thing in this position is, yeah, just don't play the knight, yeah. Just don't play the knight, even though it looks tempting to go here and then here and then here because of this idea. Okay. Oh, apparently we only have three women in the contention to the first winner for the best women's prize. It's Savita, Pia Kramling, and Prudnikova. I think we also have to check Prudnikova because she could well be the first ladies winner in the tournament. Let me check. Okay, here is the position, and yeah, I couldn't get her on the screen. So I think she's probably there playing. Yeah, I couldn't get her on the screen. Anyway, let's take a look what's happening in this game. Looks a bit messy. So white is down an exchange, but having a sever king, relatively sever king. So there could be the compensation. So this is after rook h8. Okay, so white to move. And Olga here has less time on the clock, still has to make another 15 moves. So, wow, okay. She should be in time trouble. But is there any way that white can proceed with the attack on the king here? Because looks like the king is a bit vulnerable, but is there any direct way to give a checkmate, let's say? One idea is, wow, I was just imagining, yeah? I was just imagining if the pawn is already on d5 here, and let's say that this is white to move. Oh, is there any mate actually? There's like a funny perpetual only. Like queen takes here. Okay, let me move something like, I don't know, probably here, just to showcase the idea here. Check. You cannot go here. You can only go here, and then now check again. You cannot go. All these arrows you cannot go. You can only go here, and then check again. That's a. I mean, you're down an exchange, so an option like that should be nice if you already have it in your pocket. Like, oh, at least I can force a perpetual. So probably what happened after knight e3? Just take, and you still cannot go anywhere but this square. Whoa, it's actually losing. Because now you go here, takes, check here. That en passant stuff. If there is no en passant, it's winning. But now there's en passant, so you cannot do that. Yeah, I mean, you still can force a draw by playing this and then this again, like, and then this perpetual. Because, yeah, but there is no draw. But here, let's say after this bishop e4, oh, it's just a funny line to calculate. There should be a mate, right? Is there any mate here? Oh, that's funny draw too. My gosh. Yeah, there is this check. Oh no, this is a mate. This is a mate. Because you have to go back to f5. And if you take this is a mate like this on e4. So you have to go back again to f5 and then you see this perpetual. Whoa, nice. So maybe in this position d5 is a good move. Objectively. You are saving this perpetual idea. I don't know whether you need it. Maybe you actually can play for a win, but it's just nice to have something like that on the board. What does the computer say? Oh, white is actually winning here. Bishop c5 is a move. Knight f4 is a move. Bishop d5 also. Okay, you cannot take the bishop on d5 because of this fork. What about d5? It looks like it's nice. But probably it's not the best. Yeah, it's not the best, but white is still better. Because it allows knight e5. Okay, so rook h8 is still on the board. Let's see the next one. Back to the first board. So after a6 here, knight b7 was played. Rook d1, of course you have to move the pawn because that's your winning pawn. And a3. Rook e2 and king f8. How to capitalize this advantage? So apparently you have to play rook e3 again. And after bishop f5, can you take on a3? Bishop c8, rook a3, bishop c8. A check. King g8 and rook e3. Oh, that's very nice. Because if you take this, rook checks and then check again, and then you take this, and after this, I think you can even take this, and then you're up 2 pawns anyway. So this looks like always good to be played. Yeah, 2 pawns up. I mean, it should be winning for Yoon Min-seo, but it is not an easy task to capitalize everything. So we'll see if he's going to play his best chess and win this tournament along the way. And meanwhile, I have another special guest in the studio. So as always, I'll put our commentary in the break so I can rearrange everything. I'll see you soon in a bit. Okay, let me adjust. Okay.
Yeah.
All good. I will change everything later, so especially to your board. Okay.
Should I put some microphone or something?
No,
or-
this is a microphone.
Okay.
Yeah. Since you're a bit far, maybe you can just talk a little bit,
Louder, okay.
a bit louder. Yeah. Yeah. Morning game. I'm so tired.
Oh yeah, I was I couldn't even open my eyes. Yes.
All right. Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, we are on. We are on. Okay. Hot mic.
It's okay.
No, I thought I put everything on studio mode. Oh my gosh.
It's
See,
okay.
this is what's happening with the morning round. But okay, nothing is
Nothing is secret on
nothing is
Australia.
secret. Okay, what a glitch. Sorry. But anyway, that's the behind the scene. All right, let's talk about your game.
Yeah.
And today you're playing against Jacob Templin Grave. I think he won quite a lucky game yesterday.
Yeah,
I
I
guess.
saw,
I
yeah,
guess for the
yeah.
Orchidal. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was like if he drew this game, I think he got an iron norm. So
Oh, oh, I see. I didn't know that. Ah, so he just needed a draw then, yeah?
yeah, he offered me a draw, but okay, I thought okay, I'll just go play some moves, but and then I thought okay, I'm getting a bit worse, so I just took a repetition.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I think I remembered. I was being told that he just missed his IM norm, like in one tournament, like a month ago or 2 months ago, like very recently.
So I got his IM title or what?
I don't think so. Is he already 2400? I don't think so.
No, yeah.
Yeah, so I think he needs to get to 2400.
Yeah.
But anyway, today you played a Catalan, and let's take a look. So d4 here, and then this Catalan.
Yeah,
and then-
he had some
Did you
games.
prepare Catalan or
Yeah, like yesterday night I just saw. I usually play King's Indian.
King's Indian, huh?
Yeah, but that's so I just thought he's just going for knight d2 here, so I thought okay, I'll give a chance. Like,
So you saw in the preparation that Catalan is his main weapon, yeah.
yeah, and he also plays his knight c3 at main line, like instead of g3. Third move. So, but okay, in recent times he has been playing g3 quite a lot. So I was just expecting g3 move, then knight c3. Okay, and if g3, I thought I'll just go bishop b4 and knight d2. And yeah, like he just played the same line.
But obviously you also prepared bishop d2 in this position.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, because otherwise it's gonna be tricky not knowing what to do. All right, knight d2 and then castle, knight f3, and
Yeah,
then you took
and
here.
here queen c2 is the main move. Like that's what I prepared. And queen c2, a5,
a5, okay.
castle, or you can even play a3 instead of castle. Like a3, bishop d2, and b5.
Yeah.
So like
It could be a transposition to your game too, right? Or was it-
no, like he didn't play queen c2, he played rook c1.
Oh, rook
so
c1.
I was not bit sure whether it's the same or not. But I don't think, because he played b3 like after rook c1, so I thought it just became a different position. But for he played a3. Yeah, for a3, like I was considering c3, which I was not sure about. Like, because he didn't play queen c2, I thought, okay, there should be a drawback. So I was thinking for c3 for 10 minutes, but...
this position
Yeah.
is free. Mm-hmm.
And then ab4, cd,
Oh.
morning down, yeah.
Why would I take the pawn? Okay.
And
Yeah.
bishop d2. So this, like, I thought, okay, I should play knight c6.
Knight
And he
c6.
has bishop c3. And I couldn't evaluate it properly, but I thought, okay, double bishops and is pretty active. Though, like, he had double pawns, but I thought he should be better here. So... But maybe it's...
Maybe it's okay. Let's check. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
What? Yeah, you just prepare for e4 at some point. Yep.
Yeah.
Prepare it first. I don't know, with castle, rook e1, things like that. Should be having a better center and then some pawn push at some
yeah.
point. Yeah. Okay, so you made the right call here.
I
You
took-
took the knight, and
Yeah.
then after bishop takes.
So I
you
was
play
just
for-
continuing my prep, yeah. Like I thought, okay, if he plays queen c2, then it transposes
To
to
b5,
b5,
yeah.
So I was expecting that, but he played rook c1,
Uh-huh.
b5, and b3. I was a bit shocked because I'm not a Catalan player. Like I don't play this usually, but I don't know like how they generally play with white.
B3 is very, very typical. I mean, I don't know about the variation exactly, like in this move order, but B3 in many Catalan
I
lines.
know that they play a4 quite often.
B3 as well. You just give up a pawn,
Okay.
and then you get all this initiative and,
Yeah.
and just get all the pieces.
For some time, I was happy that I'm finally giving rid of this
Uh-huh.
c4 pawn, but okay, then I thought, okay, knight e5 was like extremely powerful for him.
Yeah. And here he has to castle first.
Yeah.
Bishop b7. I think you also played quite normal moves. Queen b2
I was a bit
looks
surprised.
a bit slow.
Yeah, it did. But I think he should have gone for knight e5.
And then give up the pawn again,
Can
yeah?
you flip the board?
Okay, sorry. Sure. All right, there you go.
Yeah. No, not knight e5. Yeah, rook d1. He should have gone
Rook
directly.
d1.
Yeah.
Rook d1.
And then I thought I'll go queen b6, and somehow I thought I'll play knight d7 and c5, and that was my idea. But it's pretty slow because I should play rook f c8 before playing c5 because of bishop
Yes,
e3 stuff.
yes.
So I thought, okay, in many ways it's going to be equal. Yeah, even if I push c5 and like he can just take one pawn and it will be equal for him. So maybe then I realized, okay, I shouldn't have gone for this line. Yeah, because it was not like I like to play complicated positions and it's not like in many ways he could go for the drawing variations. And yeah, like I think there's nothing like queen b2, knight b d7, and rook of d1, queen e7, bishop g5, and h6, bishop f6. And here I was considering gf, yeah, but it's very risky.
It's very risky. Yeah, I think you shouldn't worsen your own position. But here, I think what you I didn't check with the computer, but I thought
And
this
if knight
could,
e5?
yeah, if knight e5, I think you can just push b4.
But isn't it very drawish?
Oh, you want to play complicated?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just being objective that there's nothing that black can play in this position. I
Yeah,
think.
it's true. But maybe I thought, okay, if he had gone for this bishop c6 rook endgame, I thought, okay, there's some play. But he didn't. Yeah, so queen of knight e5, d5, queen e7. Yeah, but if he had taken with bishop c6, then I thought, okay, even though if engine says it's equal, but it's not that easy for white, yeah? Like, I could play, like,
Rook-
even
the other
b4,
rook,
I
maybe.
thought.
Oh yeah, b4 first also
Like,
works.
cb4. And I was also considering queen b4 here.
Oh, queen b4. I see.
I was not sure, though. Like, he should take, probably. And then if rook b6, I have rook f b8.
And then maybe I
I
cannot
have
do this
b3.
b3.
Yeah.
That's
So I
not
thought, okay, it's a bit risky for him. But yeah, it should be draw with accurate
Yes,
play.
yes.
But okay. But yeah, he didn't go for this. Maybe even I could gone for ab4 as well. But yeah. I played queen f6 thinking of that in my mind, but I completely missed this rook d6
Rook
and rook
d6.
c5. It was too dominating for him.
Yes, that's right. So here you play rook c8. I think the resulting position was actually better for white.
Yeah, I took too much off.
So rook c5,
Yeah.
queen e8. Here bishop e4 was great. But the only thing is, after this, he made the bad plan because now this rook is already dominating this area.
Yeah.
This bishop can just stand on c2 and
Yeah,
then
but I
attacking
thought I
here.
can go rook d8 here.
Rook d8.
Queen d3,
Queen
g6,
d3.
I thought. And then I'll take and play like if you took it.
And then this one.
I
think.
missed h4. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think if something like this, maybe it is
Yeah,
even
yeah,
okay
yeah.
to play
I'm
something
just
like
completely like the
Yeah.
pieces are very passive.
this. And then whenever you take this, then you just give a
Yeah.
free passer on the default. So, yeah, I think he well, but he achieved what he wants. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And norm is actually very important as well. So. Playing under such a pressure, and speaking about the norm, you already obtained your IM title from the last game. I mean,
Yeah.
from the last tournament
yeah,
in Andorra.
I got it
yeah.
in Andorra
Yeah.
Open.
So the next FIDE Congress, your title should be changed to IM now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like I got my back-to-back IM norms in Norway. I made it in Fagernes and Stavanger in Norway chess. But it's been almost an year since I made my two IM norms. I made back-to-back norms. But and then like things weren't going in my way. Like I dropped around 60 points. So I'm finally relieved that I made my IM norm and got my title.
Yeah. So well, after this, there's only going up for you.
I hope so.
Yes. Okay. So just finishing this game. So after rook c8, yeah.
Yeah,
You guys met
okay.
this repetition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think it was quite a fair result. I mean, both your opponent and yourself, I think, played very well.
Yeah.
Very interesting too. Like, well, hopefully there was some complicated lines that what you wish, but it didn't happen. But I think it's quite a fair result. And now, well, you are in the contention to for the first prize.
I
So
thought like she's going to win Pia Kremling.
yeah, I think the position looks very nice for her. Yeah,
But I thought she missed something.
she should.
Didn't she?
Well, she's been having a good position. Let's see. Yeah,
Yeah, but
now the advantage is a bit decreasing.
I mean, I was a bit more curious about her game than mine because in mine there was nothing much, yeah?
Yeah.
But hers was very complicated.
Okay, so I only saw the position after this actually, and
Maybe
then-
instead of rook e3, Yeah, instead of rook e3, I thought he should have gone for queen d1.
Queen
I'm not
d1.
sure. Like now she can't take on a4.
Okay.
And if queen b7, then I thought bishop c. I can't
What about
take.
e2 then?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm. You cannot take with the
Maybe.
bishop. You take with the
Yeah,
queen.
yeah,
This
yeah.
hangs
Maybe
everything.
what he played is better.
Yeah. So rook takes e3, queen b7, and bishop e2 takes this. I mean, looks really good for black. And
Yeah,
with the
but
bishop here, something is wrong. Yeah, but I don't know which. Maybe a4 here, just trying to get rook
b4,
b2.
rook b2, yeah, but there's nothing much, no? Queen d3.
Queen d3, and what about we double up or triple up on the second rank?
I can always play queen b3, but not sure. I should give up the e4 pawn, which is very scary. Maybe,
Yeah, queen b2 is coming probably.
not. And if rook e2, you take, and
And you
take.
cannot play queen b3, it's mate.
Oh, I can't also play rook e2 then.
Yeah, rook e2 also mate, so you have to do something on that one first.
Maybe I can go. No, I can't even
King
go.
g1, queen b2.
Yeah, I thought I'll go rook b1, but d1 is also hanging.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay, it's scary.
Yeah, probably has to give up something
But they
for-
both were playing extremely fast here, around here.
Oh, really? Queen c7. Oh, yeah. PI just took like what, 30 seconds to think for this. And here. Yeah, she's going for full domination. But
Yeah. Maybe the conversion part is important, but yeah.
now f4 is a bit too late. You don't have this second
But
rank.
she's getting this c4. Ah, okay, yeah.
There's this.
He's just going to sit up, yeah? Like, there's nothing for white. Maybe we should just put the bishop on c2 and...
Rook dc4 and rook c3. Okay, I mean, should still be better, but now white has this idea.
they reached the 40
There's
move,
something
yeah?
like this, the bishop has to be here still. Like there's always probably some counter idea too.
Yeah, but it's easy for black to play actually. But a5, a6 is something she needs to worry about, but since they have reached 40 move, they have a lot of time to think, so...
Yeah, and PI just needs to make her last move before getting the additional time control. Yeah, it can be quite a long game actually. They already played what, 3.5 hours?
So what about the other, like the 15th board?
Yeah, I think Olga is losing, or maybe not. She was losing before.
Yeah,
Anything can happen still. Okay, there is this knight f4.
it still looks like losing to me.
Yeah, f5 is hanging, so probably just simply play this or take on
But
g4.
I think her opponent played really well. Some extended control he
Yeah,
took.
just takes knight e4, knight f4, and then
You play rook f1 one move, yeah?
yeah.
And she's also in time trouble.
Yeah. So knight f4, then probably rook c1 and then get to the back rank or something. Yeah, the king should be safe here.
Yeah, it's difficult for her.
Okay. Well,
So it's only crumbling pair.
yeah, so probably it's only you only need to worry about Pia. But I mean, anything can still happen. Both of the players are under time pressure right now. 7 more moves to go. And well, it's not clear. I mean, in
Yeah,
7
yeah.
moves for 7 minutes, it's still not so clear. But well, I'm not gonna keep you for long. Have a rest, and thank you for being here with me in the studio.
Thank you.
Yeah. And what is your next event?
I'm going back home finally. Like
Oh.
it's almost been. This is my 5th tournament.
5th tournament.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Since May or
No, June I guess. June.
since June?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
so what did
almost
you
been-
play? What did you play?
I started from Arona, the Spain in
Okay.
10th tournament,
Mhm.
and then Pistani.
Is it in Italy?
It's in Slovakia.
Oh, Slovakia. Okay.
And then I played in Italy. Like I had almost 8 days gap for this tournament,
Uh-huh.
so I thought I'll play in Italy. Like I just played 7 rounds and then I withdrew. So and then this one. So it's my 4th one actually.
Oh, okay.
It's been I don't know 50 days or something.
I see.
So I'm going back home.
You're going back home, but is there anything on your schedule after
I'll be
this?
playing Fairness actually.
When is it? October?
Yes. And then yeah, that's that's a plan, but maybe I might play something else if something comes up suddenly.
Okay, all right. Well, all the best. All
Thank
the best.
you.
Yeah, I'll always root for you, and then watch out for your incredible news achievement. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I will put our scene on a break. This time I'm not gonna mess it up.
Yeah.
And I'll be back very soon. Hello, welcome back everyone. And it could be just the most important hour of this game right now because white is now up 2 extra pawns and closing into capitalizing his advantage to a victory. So we left it a while ago. I think we left it around here. And after a3, rook e2, king f8, rook e3, bishop takes a2, and now it's a kind of like a double attack. Rook a3 attacking the bishop and the pawn, and after this, wow, it's actually a nice set actually. Here you're attempting to make a perpetual, or even, is there anything better? Like, let's say in this position, rook takes a6. Check here. I don't think you can have anything better but to repeat this move, because everything else is kind of protected. Like if you do this, it is fine, but after rook takes, perhaps it's just push a pawn, or even like rook h7. So therefore, after king g3, if you take this, the king will just run to f4 and joining the attack. So that's why after king g3 here, Boris played g5. It's a checkmate in one, actually, if white is not careful. But of course, white didn't fall to that. And he played king g4, bishop c6, rook takes a6, and rook takes d6. King takes g5, rook g6, and king f4. Bishop takes g2. Oh, actually it was 2 pawns up, but then now it's just 1 pawn. But the pawn, the extra pawn on the b file is very important. Rook takes g6 and h4. Okay, is it winning? Looks like it, yeah. But should there be a way to draw this? Oh, white is just totally winning. Ah, okay, the king is too far. The king is too far. So if black doesn't do anything, this pawn will just keep moving. And then eventually bishop has to take, then knight takes, and white will up a piece. Okay, 1 second. I need to put the jacket on. Suddenly it's so so chilly here in the underground. So I'll be back soon. Okay, and I'm back. Yes, I don't know. Usually around this hour it shouldn't be quite cold because this is still like a daytime. Like it's 2:42 here in Trondheim. Usually it's only getting colder in the evening, but suddenly today it's so cold. Or maybe because I'm feeling the chill out of the pressure of the tournament, yeah. And okay, after this, king g5 should be an easy way to win this position, because after h4 here, bishop c6, yeah, king g5, you try to get the king to f7 or g7, attacking this pawn, but then you'll reroute your knight so that you can push the pawn little by little, or even somehow to get to e5 and then try to get this pawn, because this bishop is going to be quite overloaded. It has to stop the pawn from moving, but it also has to help the king to protect the g6 pawn. Okay, so looks like Min So will be the winner of this Lichess Legends, but there are still more moves to go. Um, if he's able to convert everything smoothly, then he's a deserving winner. But if somehow Boris could find a way to stop him and draw this game, then we will have four players with uh, 7, no, actually 6.5 points. Well, I still have the camera. Let's go to the game of Juan Belen here. I think we saw the position somewhere around this time, or maybe even before. Yeah, I like this. And bishop d5, bishop e1, e5, and just takes. Yeah, black capitalized the advantage quite smoothly, I guess. Bishop g3, takes, and then bishop c6. Rook d4, knight g6. Yeah, with these two pieces it's always tricky. And black's king is actually very safe. Now black is just attacking the white's king. And then, ooh, queen c7. It is a forced trade, you have to take it. But the thing is now, the rook cannot go anywhere. It cannot go here because of the knight, it cannot go here because of the pawn, cannot go here because of the pawn, the rook is paralyzed. So, wow, it's gonna be quite a big result. I was just imagining where should be everything located, because this rook cannot go anywhere. b4, king d6, and after takes, a4. And after takes this, yeah, I think black is going to win this game. Because now after king moves anyway, like this for example, and I can just jump back here again. The idea for black in this position is just to play bishop d7, so that the rook cannot go to c8, and then followed by bishop e6. Because if you play bishop d5 right away, the rook can just escape to c8. So okay, in a few moves, I think we can see a result on this game. And meanwhile, there are already some games or some moves happening on the first board. So let's take a look that after king g5 here, king f7 played, knight d3, yes, bishop e8, and knight e5. This is the way to play. King g7, and now rerouting the knight so that it can help the movement of the pawn to go to b5. Okay, knight c4, and both players already, well, they passed the 40th move, so they have more time on the clock right now. Meanwhile, let's check on Pia. So Pia, if Pia wins, Pia is going to be the first winner of the Best Women's Prize. So this game is also very important. So after rook c3, here queen f5, Pia decided to play queen f5 before hitting another 30 minutes additional time. And while I want to continue, there's already a resignation by Juan Belen here. After knight takes h4, he didn't continue because, well, even if he did, after king here, the knight will go back to f3, and there's nothing that white could do in this position. The rook cannot play at all. All these squares are controlled by black's pieces, and if the king moves back like this, as I said, bishop goes to d7 with the idea bishop e6, and the rook has to be sacrificed to d4 at some point, in which this is just a winning endgame for black. So even though the last game Juan has to lose this, but congratulations, because he is the Nordic senior champion with 8 out of 9. Yeah, what a miss in the last round. Yeah, if he could have won this, then he's gonna get like perfect score. But nevertheless, his performance has been very amazing, scoring 8 out of 9. And well, while he's gonna enjoy his new title, being the Nordic Senior Champion, we also let's get back to Pia's game. Because after Queen F5 here, King H2, Rook D4, and Rook C1. I think Black should be better, but there's no easy way on how to convert this position. So after Rook C1, how about we play? Sorry, how about we think of other things? What to do here? C5 could be under attack after Bishop B3. You cannot take this because then it might be this followed by Rook G3. So what's the computer evaluation? So white is still better. I mean, black is still better. C4. Yeah, C4. Let's say Queen E3 or Rook A1. So black after C4, and then white will be just waiting. Bishop F7. Yeah, that looks nice. You're keeping control of this pawn. And still not so easy though. Rook A1, Rook F1. Probably Rook F1, Bishop H5, or Rook B2. Yeah, those moves are looking very natural, and shouldn't be too hard. Shouldn't be too hard to find it. Okay, let's go back to the first board because I see that the moves are keep coming in, so we might actually see our winner of this tournament very soon. We see the position after this, knight c4, knight d6, and soon you have to give this one up. But Jung-Min So decided to play king f6, and after this just push the pawn. Yeah, I think this is the perfect way to go. And then now, since the king is about to go to h6 and h5, all you have to do is put the king back here, and after this now start pushing the pawn again, and there's nothing stopping this, and white will have an extra piece, and after that the knight will come back here and then try to grab this pawn and then promote this pawn. Okay, so king g5 is already on the board right now. All right, king g5, and we see a resignation by Boris, and congratulations for Jung-Min So, winning the first edition of the Lewis Chess Legends 2024 with 7 out of 9, and he's on the clear first position. No one else in this tournament scored 7 out of 9 apart from him. So congratulations again for Jung-Min So from Sweden. And I don't think he's getting any norm in this tournament because he didn't play enough players with Grandmaster title. So in order to get a gem norm in the open tournament, you have to play at least with 3 Grandmasters. But I think he only played with 2 Grandmasters, so it's not really enough. I mean, we haven't calculated the rating average of the opponents as well. Okay, so there you go. We have our first winner of the tournament, Jung-Min So with with 7 out of 9. And then sharing on the second place, we have Jan Ludwig Hammer and Elam Amar with 6.5. And the rest, they're on 6 out of 9. So, okay. But I think Hammer has a better tiebreak than Elham. So it should be Jungmin So, Hammer, and Elam. But I could be wrong because this type of excellent pairing, I don't know how the standing will be, but I think in my opinion, Hammer has a better tiebreak. Okay, so let's get back to Pia because this is also the important game to determine who's going to also win the women's section. We have Jung Min So for the open, and for the women, it's still for the contention. It can be Pia, it can be Savita, it can be also Prudnikova. So anything can happen. And meanwhile, I think I have to put the stream back to the break because I have my other special guest right now. You can guess who he is. I'll see you back in a minute. Hi everyone. Yeah, so I'm here now with our winner of the Lewis Chess Legends, Jung Min So. Congratulations. Yeah. He scored 7 out of 9, and well, you suffered one loss, right? I forgot.
I was really terrible, but I come back and I win 5 in a row.
Yeah, 5 in a row.
Ooh,
Yeah.
that's tough.
Yeah, that's very tough, and it was such a strong comeback. So that's very well done by you.
No, but do you know if you have good start, it's easy to win the tournament.
Yeah.
Why Hammer should contain in the position? Why he didn't want to contain? He must contain. But he offered draw, and I didn't take a draw.
Yeah, but the position was pretty hard anyway, so it was not really great. He had to, but anyway, let's.
But do you know which opening he picked? Yeah, but he picked like King's Indian. It's
What opening did you prepare against him?
E4 and G6, D4, Bishop G6, C4. I want to get King's Indian. It's D4, C4. It's possible. C4.
Yeah.
But the G6 is not good because no one plays it. I have many options, many ways. Yeah, but
Okay, let's see the game so that I can hear
fake.
your insight.
This is
on
fake.
Okay, let's take a look on this one. And Boris, you want to banter with him, or you can be on the back of the chair so that you can also be on the camera, please.
Okay.
So let's talk about this game.
E4,
Yeah.
G6.
So E4 G6. So it looks like.
I can play this in many ways. I can play many ways.
Did you have a change of heart? That why did you switch to King's Indian?
Yeah.
Because you started out
It's
as
also
modern.
Okay, it was one of the possibilities.
Yeah.
He plays many things.
Yeah.
And,
Well, you also played so many things.
yeah.
Me as a commentator, it's very hard to predict which opening is going to be played here. So okay, we see this King's Indian, and castle bishop e3. So which
Yeah,
Position
I
do you
like this
think?
variation because it's
Mhm.
complicated.
Knight e5,
d5, knight e5?
f4,
Okay.
knight e7, knight bishop d3. Okay,
Yeah. So in
e5. I thought about e5.
Yeah, maybe if I
In the
think
e5,
better.
e5, yeah, could be better. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry. this-
Okay, he'll take Ampassan.
Ah.
knight g2.
Yeah,
And then it's a long game.
Okay. I'll just put it down.
It's a long game.
yeah, it's a long game.
Is there any particular reason why you chose? I mean, I'm sure you saw e5, but is there any particular reason why you chose c6 here?
Okay, I thought it was better.
Ah.
It is tough to predict the problems I faced
Yeah, yeah.
at that moment.
So knight g2, I think it's quite a nice move because it's very.
C takes.
Yes, because knight f3 there is always knight h5. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's right.
But c
let's
takes.
say instead of bishop d3, knight f3 is bad.
Uh-huh.
C takes d5.
C takes d5.
But that's tricky, E or C. I don't know. It's hard to
Yeah.
decide.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's tricky.
I thought the other might be better.
Yeah. Knight c5
Mm.
here, and then I think e6 has to be played anyway.
Yeah,
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 you have
of
to
course.
challenge this pawn, but I think takes, and then rook here is nice because you want to play knight e4. Okay,
I
bishop
don't know,
d7.
bishop d7.
Yeah, it-
Knight e4 I can jump.
Knight e4, yeah, I thought.
And knight e4 immediately, yeah, before knight
maybe
g3.
the other knight.
Yeah.
Oh, the other
okay.
knight. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe. It's not big difference, but the other knight.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is better possibility.
You can trade or simplify more pieces in the
Mhm.
center. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, white might be better, but
It's tricky, I know, but
Okay, but bishop d7, yeah, it feels a bit too slow, right? Because now
yeah,
Knight
somehow I
g3.
underestimated. I thought I'm fast on the queen side.
Uh-huh.
But I'm maybe not that fast as I wish.
and then okay, there's this
B4.
b5.
Before
yeah,
it
and
has to be played. it
Yeah,
has
you
to
prepare
play.
for this and takes
f5.
f5.
Look, see, I thought about queen d3.
Yeah, queen d3, but then I thought g5 maybe to play. So
If queen d3 here,
yeah,
g5. Mm-hmm.
Not sure. It's hard to decide.
yes, he took on g6, which is more
Straightforward,
creative,
yes.
straightforward.
And you have to take it with the f, otherwise queen f3, yeah? And now queen d3. Okay. Yeah, this position is, I think, is already very hard to
okay.
play, because now white's idea is easy.
I should have taken with the other pawn.
I think queen f3, no?
Uh,
but I
should
think-
have taken with the other pawn.
And after
Rook
queen
c4, maybe.
rook c4,
or
right?
rook d1.
So if we go to the same idea, like with this pawn and then queen
Yes, but
d3 and then rook f3.
Yeah,
yes, but I have some knight h7. Also.
Yeah.
Knight h7. I see.
I didn't have it in the game how to exchange. So maybe yes, I played fg too quickly.
Yeah.
Ag was better.
Mm-hmm.
Fg is already problems.
Queen d3, rook f8,
Yeah.
rook f3, queen c7, and then yeah, this is very
I planned this. This was my plan.
yeah.
Yes.
This was my plan. I planned.
Generally, I thought it should be near the row, but it's not so easy to make it. Yes.
Yeah, turns out this endgame is, I think it's just,
94.
okay, I think rook d6 is more precise. Although there is bishop h3, but I think,
Bishop h3 is.
so okay, knight e4, rook c1, yeah, rook
It
c4.
happens to be a mistake with rook c4.
But it's so hard to call, and it looks very natural to play rook c1.
I thought knight d6 here. Knight d6.
Then rook b4,
Okay.
Knight
F7.
f7. Rook f7. Rook f7. Bishop f5.
only
Okay.
move, I guess.
We take a7,
take a7.
Yes.
bishop e4. Drawing chances here. This is
Take d6. Yeah.
I think it should be just winning, no?
I was afraid. It's tough for me to decide.
I think you have to play this anyway,
Mm.
and then d7,
king
king f7, yeah.
No,
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 Oh,
F8,
sorry,
F8.
King F8.
King F8.
sorry. King F8, yeah, and then check King E7. Sorry.
That's drawing chances.
Yeah,
Very good,
actually, there's some drawing chances.
very
Yeah.
good chances. You know.
Yeah,
But,
yes.
but you know. But
Yeah,
you-
and A6 happened to be decisive mistake, and he knight B7 also.
Sorry, which moment?
yeah.
Later on.
Ah, later on, okay.
Yeah.
So Rook C1 check here,
Yeah,
Bishop
I thought
F5.
that this is better possibility. This.
Yeah, I think this is a good attempt to.
Yes.
But
okay.
this A6 is a bit too slow.
Okay.
A6.
Rook D1, knight B5. What is happening here?
Rook D1, Knight B5, and then I think you have to
Take, yeah,
and
nice.
then
No, nice
Rook-
C3.
Knight C3.
is
Knight
awesome.
C3, not take Bishop F5. This is the move.
No.
Yeah, bishop.
And then takes this, and then Knight C6. This is. I mean,
yeah,
what is
couldn't
always better?
Yeah, I couldn't estimate this position, if I'm holding or not. It was not obvious for me that I'm holding here.
mm-hmm.
Yes.
So A6.
Okay, Rook D2. Okay, that's that-
Yeah, Rook D2 is the best. Yeah. you
okay. Rook
just-
C2.
Rook C2, I think you play Rook here, I guess, or something like that, and then just push.
Here.
Maybe here, I guess.
Take.
Takes and then knight goes to. No idea. Where does the knight go?
B7.
B7 maybe. And then just keep pushing. Yeah, and then knight C5 as well. Yeah. So knight B7 was played, and then Rook D1, and D6, A3,
Rook E2.
Rook E2, King E8.
H5.
But I saw the Rook F3. What is-
Yeah, H5 was. Yeah, H5. I thought about playing H5.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Takes this, and then this is a mistake. Yeah, I mean it's hard already. Bishop C4, I don't know. Bishop C4, keeping the pawn.
But it's hard. I mean, maybe it's not so easy for white to
Rook
win, but,
C3 maybe, yeah.
mm,
Rook C3, Bishop B5.
Rook 7.
Rook C7.
I mean, if I survive this, it's a miracle.
Yeah, it was very hard position.
Yeah.
Okay, so Bishop D5. You're trying to get some
Right.
counter attack on the king.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just wonder King G4 to
Mhm,
be honest.
And then here, King here,
King G4.
and then King G4. Yeah. And Bishop here.
Okay.
Then I think everything is pretty much.
First.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Here and then takes, and then okay, this is
King G5.
this should
H4.
be
Yeah,
yours.
H4.
Sorry,
H4
H4.
first.
Bishop F1. How about Bishop F1? Bishop can go to, maybe here.
Yeah, but
I
it's
don't know
not-
how to win. No. Maybe
No, but it's winning.
King
King
Q,
G5.
King G5, King F7. Okay, knight
Knight
D7.
D7.
Okay, that's winning.
Yeah.
But
At some point, you should be winning anyway.
Yeah.
okay,
It's one way or another.
I think I lack one tempo in the other line. I mean,
Which one?
If I go King E7 straight for the other pawn.
Like this?
No, not Bishop not Bishop, King E7.
Oh, King E7.
King G5,
Yeah, King D6.
King takes G6.
Yeah, King C6. Yeah,
H5.
yeah, H5. I'm just one tempo.
One tempo down,
King,
yeah.
King B5, H6. I cannot.
You cannot reroute this bishop somehow.
Yeah, I mean one tempo to play King before. I need it.
Yeah. Yeah, if
because,
this position was white,
yeah,
sorry, black to
it
play, you
was the
take
whi-
this and then
yeah,
bishop e4. Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Still
But I
lost.
think that's still lost. No, the
Yeah,
knight
yeah.
can just go to
F5.
g6 maybe at some
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
Yeah, like
yeah,
knight
yeah.
d6 here, king g7, knight
Yeah,
f8,
yes,
knight d6.
yes, you're right.
So yeah, but yeah, interesting line. So bishop c6
Yeah,
happened,
I have
and
no
then
chances
yeah,
here.
this is lost.
Knight C4, Knight D6, King F6.
Yeah, and then you just
Yeah.
skip everything. Yeah, so that the
B5.
black's king
Yeah,
cannot
it's-
have any.
B6 is also possible.
Yeah, king g5 is
Yeah,
clean.
everything is possible here.
Yeah, king g5 is pretty clean, and yeah, the.
But the B6, like B6. But
Oh,
what-
you mean
the-
this
the
position?
B6. I thought about Bishop
B6.
C6.
Oh, okay, King G5.
And then a king g5
Yeah,
again.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's the
just
same.
one more.
Yeah. It's
Okay, B7, Bishop take knight, King A6 is a draw. It's a trap. It's a
What
draw.
what is it? Wrong?
Instead of
B-
instead of king
yeah,
g5, yeah, of course.
of course, but nobody will play B7 in this
Yeah, and then
position.
king here, and then it's a draw.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, nobody will play this.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here in the studio. Congratulations again for you, Young-min So. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Tough tournament for you, Boris, but hopefully
Yeah,
you
it's
can
tough.
bounce back on the next one.
Yeah,
Hopefully
yeah.
to see you also next year.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. He played well, to be honest.
Yeah, he
And,
played well. He
mm,
played well. Yeah.
Not much I could do. I mean, AG6, which is the main mistake. It's
Yes.
not obvious by
It's
far.
not. It was
Yeah.
tough anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you once again. Okay. There you go. We had. Actually, I don't know whether it was showing or not that Boris was standing behind us. Both of them analyzing the game. So, yeah, that was coming from the first board. And let me adjust the chair again. So let's give me 1 second. I'll be back again. Hello. Welcome back, everyone. And yes, that was Boris. Oh, let me adjust where I'm sitting. That was Boris and Jung-min So. And I think I'm going to wrap things up now. And what we see here. So let me take a look. Black has been always better in this game, but Pia is still trying to capitalize that one. So probably now Rook C1 is on the board. What do we think about putting the Rook on D2? But first of all, this pawn has to be protected. So probably Bishop F7 first, followed by Rook D2, and then followed by Queen D4. I think that should be quite a powerful plan for Pia to finish off this game. And we can actually see in the playing hall. Let's go to this game. So, because here Olga Prudnikova is also in the contention to win the Best Women's Prize, but we'll see if she can win this. Well, material-wise, it's equal, so probably it's just gonna be a draw. But anything can still happen. If Olga wins this, and if Pia wins, then they're going to share the first prize. All right, and what else do we want to see? So knight d5 already came. Yeah, it's gonna be quite a long end game. I still want to stick to Pia's game just to... Actually, Eric already finished. So we left his game for a while. And yeah, he's already finished a while ago. I just didn't realize that. So okay, let's take a look what happened in his game. King g8, rook e7, takes here and here, and then knight f8, queen b8, a5. So since the position is very cramped, white is just trying to improve the position little by little. The queen cannot really be improved here because at some point bishop can go to e6 with a check, and then there's a checkmate on f8. So here queen e1, king g2, bishop, queen e7, and then h5, c5, takes here, and then queen b7, yeah. And then d4, bishop here. So it looks like it was quite a clinical win by Marius Duer. And after queen f7, it's gonna give a checkmate over here. Knight e6, but it's not gonna change the outcome of the position. And then here you just very clinical, grabbing every single pawn, not giving any chance. And after queen a8 here, Eric resigned. So, okay, it was such a good win by Marius, but also because I think the big defining move in this position is the move f6 here, which shouldn't have been played by Eric. So yeah, it is a very important lesson. So probably Grandmaster Ben Feingold would make a content out of it. So that's why you never ever should play f6. But let's take a look at Pia's game again, whether she has made some progress on her game. And she already played bishop f7. Soon she will play rook d2, and soon she will play queen d4 as well. So it looks like she's gonna win this game. And yep, I have to wrap things up right now. So we have, I think the first top winners, the first three especially, are already very clear. The first winner is Yumin So from Sweden. The second is Jon Ludvig Hammer from Norway, and the third one is Amar Elam from Norway as well. So congratulations for all the winners, and also soon we will have the result for the women's as well, because Pia and Olga Prudnikova are still playing. So the overall result are hugely depending on the outcome of their games. So we have to wait until the conclusion of their games, so that we know who will be taking the first winner in the women's section. Yep, so unfortunately this is the last game of the event of this Louis Just Legends 2024. I'm very happy to be the host, to be the commentator of this tournament. I've been working with so many kind people who try to help me and try to make my job easier here. Thank you so much for the organizers. Thank you for all the volunteers. And of course, thank you for the Lichess community. Oh, thank you for my graphic designer too. Thank you for Dominic Dover for always providing the graphics every day and helping me with my stream. And forgive me for not mentioning, or forgive me if I forgot mentioning any names, but I'm always very grateful to be a part of the Lichess family. Thank you so much for all the community and those who are watching us on the Lichess website and also on YouTube and Twitch. And thank you also for all the moderators and all the chat. I've been Irene Sukandar. Thank you so much once again, and hopefully I can see you again in the very near future. Take care and have a good day.